The story of Rome begins not with the grandeur of marble columns and conquering legions, but with scattered settlements perched atop 7 modest hills overlooking the Tiber River. Archaeological excavations conducted throughout the 20th and 21st centuries have revealed evidence of human habitation in the area dating back to the 10th century BC, with pottery fragments, bronze tools, and remnants of simple huts providing tangible proof of early communities that would eventually coalesce into the most powerful empire the ancient world had ever known. The legendary account of Rome's founding, immortalized by later historians like Livy and Plutarch, tells of twin brothers Romulus and Remus, abandoned as infants and suckled by a she-wolf before being raised by a shepherd named Faustulus. According to this narrative, the brothers decided to establish a city but quarrelled over its location and governance, leading to Romulus killing Remus and founding Rome on the Palatine Hill in 753 BC. While modern historians treat this tale as mythological rather than historical fact, the date has become conventionally accepted as Rome's founding year, and archaeological evidence does support the existence of settlements in the area during this period. Excavations on the Palatine Hill have uncovered post holes and foundation trenches from 8th century BC structures, indicating organised construction and planning. These early dwellings were simple affairs, circular or oval huts with thatched roofs supported by wooden posts, their walls constructed from wattle and daub. The discovery of cooking hearths, storage pits, and refuse deposits paints a picture of small agricultural communities engaged in farming, animal husbandry, and basic crafts. Pottery sherds found at these sites show both local production and evidence of trade connections with neighbouring peoples, suggesting these early Romans were not isolated but participated in broader regional networks. The transition from scattered hilltop villages to a unified urban centre occurred gradually over the 8th and 7th centuries BC. The Forum Boarium, located between the Palatine and Aventine hills near the Tiber, became an important cattle market and trading post. The natural ford at Tiber Island made this location strategically valuable for controlling river traffic and trade routes connecting the Italian peninsula's interior with coastal regions. As these separate communities grew and interacted more frequently, they began to merge into a single political and social entity. The Etruscan civilization, which flourished in central Italy from approximately the 8th to the 3rd centuries BC, exerted profound influence on early Roman development. The Etruscans had established sophisticated city-states throughout Tuscany and Latium, featuring advanced metallurgy, elaborate burial practices, and complex urban planning. Their cities boasted paved streets, sewerage systems, and impressive fortifications constructed from massive stone blocks. Etruscan artisans excelled in bronze working, producing intricate mirrors, vessels, and decorative objects that demonstrated remarkable technical skill and artistic sophistication. Etruscan religious practices left an indelible mark on Roman culture. The Etruscan tradition of haruspicy, divining the future through examination of animal entrails, particularly sheep livers, became deeply embedded in Roman religious observance. Etruscan priests, known as haruspices, were consulted by Roman officials well into the imperial period. The Etruscan practice of augury, interpreting divine will through observation of bird flight patterns and other natural phenomena, similarly became central to Roman religious and political decision-making. Roman magistrates would not undertake major actions without first taking the auspices, a practice derived directly from Etruscan tradition. Architectural techniques pioneered by the Etruscans revolutionized Roman construction methods. The Etruscans developed the true arch, a structural innovation that allowed for larger spans and more durable buildings than the simple post and lintel construction used by earlier peoples. They also perfected techniques for creating vaulted roofs and underground drainage systems. The famous Cloaca Maxima, Rome's great sewer system, was constructed using Etruscan engineering principles and may have been built by Etruscan workers under the direction of the Tarquin kings. Urban planning concepts borrowed from Etruscan cities shaped Rome's physical development. Etruscan cities were typically laid out according to religious principles, with streets oriented according to cardinal directions and sacred boundaries called pomerium marking the city limits. The Romans adopted similar practices, establishing their own pomerium and conducting elaborate rituals when founding new colonies or expanding existing settlements. The Etruscan emphasis on centralized public spaces, including forums for commerce and civic activities, influenced Roman urban design throughout the Republican Empire. The governmental structures that emerged during Rome's monarchical period bore clear Etruscan influence. Etruscan kings ruled with the assistance of advisory councils and maintained elaborate courts with complex ceremonial protocols. The fasces, bundles of rods bound around an axe that symbolized magisterial authority, originated in Etruscan tradition and became one of Rome's most recognizable symbols of power. Etruscan rulers wore purple-dyed togas and sat on ivory chairs called curula seats, practices that Roman magistrates later adopted as symbols of their office. During the monarchical period, traditionally dated from 753 to 509 BC, Rome was governed by 7 kings who established many of the institutions that would survive throughout the Republican era. The Senate, initially an advisory body composed of elder statesmen chosen by the king, emerged as a powerful force in Roman governance. These senators, called patres or fathers, came from Rome's most prominent families and provided continuity and institutional memory across different reigns. The Senate's influence extended beyond mere advice-giving. Senators controlled religious ceremonies, managed foreign relations, and oversaw the city's finances. The patrician class system crystallized during this period, creating a hereditary aristocracy that claimed descent from Rome's original founding families. Patricians monopolized religious offices, held exclusive rights to interpret religious law, and controlled access to political power. They owned the largest estates, commanded client networks of dependent farmers and craftsmen, and intermarried among themselves to consolidate their social position. Below the patricians stood the plebeians, a diverse group including farmers, merchants, artisans, and labourers who comprised the majority of Rome's population, but initially lacked political rights. Legal frameworks established during the monarchy laid groundwork for Rome's later legal achievements. The early Romans distinguished between different categories of law, including sacred law governing religious practices, civil law regulating relationships between citizens, and criminal law addressing offences against the state. Kings served as supreme judges in legal disputes, though they often delegated this authority to appointed officials. The concept of precedent began to develop as legal decisions created expectations for future cases, though formal legal codes would not appear until the Republican period. The monarchy's final phase witnessed increasing tension between royal authority and aristocratic privilege. Tarquin the Proud, the 7th and last king, ruled from approximately 535 to 509 BC and pursued policies that alienated both patricians and plebeians. Unlike his predecessors, who had generally respected aristocratic prerogatives and maintained cooperative relationships with the Senate, Tarquin governed autocratically and showed little regard for traditional constraints on royal power. Tarquin's building projects, while impressive in scope, imposed heavy financial burdens on Rome's population. He completed construction of the Temple of Jupiter, Optimus Maximus on the Capitoline Hill, expanded the Circus Maximus to accommodate larger audiences, and continued work on the Cloaca Maxima drainage system. These projects required enormous amounts of labour, which Tarquin obtained through conscription of both citizens and slaves. The king also demanded tribute from neighbouring communities and engaged in costly military campaigns that stretched Rome's resources. Political tensions escalated as Tarquin bypassed the Senate in making important decisions and appointed his own supporters to key positions, regardless of their qualifications or social standing. He eliminated potential rivals through exile or execution, and confiscated property from families he deemed disloyal. The king's arbitrary exercise of power violated long-standing customs that had previously limited royal authority and protected aristocratic privileges. The immediate catalyst for Tarquin's overthrow involved his son Sextus Tarquin's assault on Lucretia, wife of Lucius Tarquinius Collatinus. According to traditional accounts, Lucretia took her own life after revealing the attack to her husband and father, demanding they avenge her honour. This incident galvanised opposition to the royal family and provided a rallying point for those seeking political change. Lucius Junius Brutus, who had previously concealed his intelligence by acting as a fool to avoid Tarquin's suspicion, emerged as a leader of the anti-monarchist movement. Brutus possessed both the political connections and personal motivation necessary to organise effective resistance. His family had suffered under Tarquin's rule, and he understood the depth of popular resentment against the king's policies. The revolution that expelled Tarquin in 509 BC represented more than simply replacing one ruler with another. The conspirators sought to prevent any individual from again accumulating the level of power that Tarquin had wielded. They established a new governmental system based on shared authority, limited terms of office, and institutional checks on executive power. 2 consuls, elected annually by the popular assembly, replaced the single king as Rome's chief magistrates. This transition reflected broader social and economic changes that had been developing throughout the 6th century BC. Rome's population had grown substantially, creating more complex social relationships and economic interests. Trade connections with Greek colonies in southern Italy and Sicily exposed Romans to alternative political models, particularly the concept of citizenship-based governance rather than rule by hereditary monarchs. The rise of a substantial plebeian middle class, enriched by commerce and crafts, created pressure for broader political participation. The new republican system institutionalized the power-sharing arrangements that had evolved during the later monarchy while eliminating the potential for autocratic rule. Consuls possessed imperium, the authority to command armies and enforce laws, but their power was limited by their colleagues' equal authority and their single-year terms. The Senate retained its advisory role but gained greater influence over policy making, while popular assemblies acquired formal roles in legislation and election of magistrates. The establishment of the Roman Republic in 509 BC created immediate internal tensions that would define the next 2.5 centuries of Roman political development. The patrician families who had orchestrated Tarquin's expulsion quickly moved to consolidate their control over the new governmental system, effectively excluding the plebeian majority from meaningful political participation. This exclusion sparked what historians term the conflict of the orders, a prolonged struggle between Rome's aristocratic elite and its common citizens that fundamentally transformed Roman society and governance. The plebeians, despite comprising roughly 95% of Rome's population, found themselves barred from holding major magistracies, serving as priests in the state religion, or even knowing the specific laws by which they were governed. Patricians maintained their monopoly on religious knowledge, which was crucial since Roman law remained intertwined with religious practice. The pontifices, Rome's chief priests, were exclusively patrician and controlled the interpretation of legal procedures, religious festivals, and the calendar itself. This religious authority translated directly into political power, as legal proceedings could only occur on dies fasti, and patrician priests determined which days qualified. Economic grievances compounded these political exclusions. Many plebeian farmers had fallen into debt during the disruptions of the late monarchy and the early republic's military campaigns. Roman debt law was particularly harsh. Creditors could seize debtors' property, enslave them, or even kill them if debts remained unpaid. Wealthy patricians often served as creditors, creating a system where economic dependency reinforced political subordination. Plebeian artisans and merchants, meanwhile, lacked the political influence necessary to secure favourable trade policies or legal protections for their businesses. The first major confrontation occurred around 494 BC, when plebeians organised what amounted to the world's first recorded general strike. Facing military service in a war against the Aequi and Volsci, plebeian soldiers instead withdrew from the city and established a separate settlement on the Sacred Mount, approximately 3 miles from Rome. This action, known as the First Secession of the Plebs, demonstrated remarkable organisational capacity and political sophistication. The plebeians understood that Rome's military success depended entirely on their participation as soldiers, giving them significant leverage over the patrician-dominated government. The crisis forced patricians to negotiate, resulting in the creation of the Tribunate of the Plebs, a revolutionary institution that gave plebeians their first formal political representation. Tribunes possessed sacrosanctitas, making their persons inviolable under religious law. Anyone who harmed a tribune faced immediate execution. More importantly, tribunes wielded the power of intercessio, allowing them to veto any action by a magistrate that they deemed harmful to plebeian interests. This veto power extended to Senate decrees, judicial proceedings, and even military conscription orders. The establishment of the tribunate marked only the beginning of a centuries-long process of political evolution. Plebeians continued pressing for additional rights and protections, organising further secessions in 449 and 287 BC when patricians attempted to limit their gains. Each crisis resulted in new concessions that gradually democratised Roman government. The 12 Tables, created around 450 BC, represented the first written codification of Roman law, ending patrician monopoly over legal knowledge by making laws publicly accessible. These bronze tablets, displayed in the forum where all citizens could read them, covered everything from property rights and family relations to criminal penalties and court procedures. The laws reflected the agricultural nature of Roman society, with detailed provisions about boundary disputes, livestock damage, and debt collection. While many provisions favoured the wealthy, the mere act of codification limited arbitrary judicial decisions and provided plebeians with legal protections they had previously lacked. The conflict of the orders intersected with Rome's expanding military commitments throughout the Italian peninsula. The early republic faced constant warfare with neighbouring peoples, conflicts that tested both Roman military capabilities and political cohesion. The Aequi, a mountain people living east of Rome in the Apennines, launched regular raids into Roman territory, seeking to capture livestock and slaves, while disrupting agricultural production. These attacks typically occurred during harvest season, when Roman farmers were most vulnerable and least able to defend their crops. Roman military responses to Aequi incursions revealed both strengths and weaknesses in the early republican military system. Roman forces excelled at siege warfare, having learned advanced techniques from Etruscan engineers, and their disciplined infantry formations proved effective against the more loosely organised tribal warriors. However, the Romans struggled with the guerrilla tactics favoured by mountain peoples, who would strike quickly and then retreat to fortify positions in terrain unsuitable for heavy infantry operations. The Volsci presented a different challenge, controlling fertile territory south of Rome that the Romans coveted for agricultural expansion. Unlike the Aequi, who primarily engaged in raiding, the Volsci maintained organised city-states with professional armies capable of meeting Roman forces in conventional battles. Volscian warriors used equipment similar to that of Roman soldiers: bronze helmets, leather armour reinforced with metal plates, and long spears designed for close formation fighting. Their shields, however, were typically round rather than the oval scutum preferred by Romans, and they relied more heavily on javelin throwing than sustained melee combat. These conflicts established patterns that would characterise Roman expansion throughout Italy. Rome rarely sought to annihilate defeated enemies, but instead incorporated them into expanding alliance networks through treaties that defined mutual obligations. Some defeated peoples received full Roman citizenship, others gained Latin rights that provided legal protections and commercial privileges, while still others became allies bound to provide military service in exchange for protection. This flexible approach to conquest allowed Rome to grow rapidly while maintaining internal stability. The catastrophic sack of Rome by Gallic forces in 387 BC fundamentally altered Roman strategic thinking and military organization. The Gauls, Celtic peoples from beyond the Alps, had been migrating into northern Italy throughout the 5th century BC, establishing settlements in the Po Valley and coming into conflict with Etruscan cities. Led by a chieftain named Brennus, a large Gallic army moved south through Etruria, defeating Roman forces at the Battle of the Allia, before capturing and burning most of Rome itself. The Gallic warriors who descended on Rome presented a terrifying spectacle to Mediterranean peoples accustomed to more conventional warfare. Standing significantly taller than most Romans, with long hair bleached with lime and bodies decorated with intricate tattoos, they fought with wild enthusiasm that intimidated even experienced soldiers. Their primary weapons were long iron swords, designed for slashing attacks, supplemented by spears and small round shields. Some warriors fought completely naked, believing this demonstrated their courage and provided magical protection. The psychological impact of seeing these fierce warriors pouring through Rome's streets proved as devastating as the physical destruction they caused. Gallic forces burned temples, destroyed public buildings, and looted private homes, while most of Rome's population fled to the countryside or took refuge in the heavily fortified Capitoline Hill. The siege of the Capitoline lasted 7 months, with the Roman garrison surviving on increasingly meagre rations while Gallic forces controlled the rest of the city. According to traditional accounts, the Romans eventually paid an enormous ransom in gold to persuade the Gauls to withdraw, though some sources suggest that Roman reinforcements from allied cities forced the Gallic retreat. Regardless of the exact circumstances, the sack left Rome physically devastated and psychologically traumatized. The city's population had scattered, its buildings lay in ruins, and its reputation for military invincibility was shattered. The reconstruction that followed incorporated hard-learned lessons about defensive strategy and urban planning. The Romans built the Servian Wall, a massive fortification system that enclosed all 7 hills and stretched for approximately 11 kilometers. Constructed from large blocks of tufa stone, the wall stood 6 meters high and 4 meters thick, incorporating sophisticated defensive features, including sally ports for counterattacks and platforms for artillery engines. The wall's construction required enormous resources and labour, demonstrating Rome's commitment to preventing future disasters. Military reforms implemented after the Gallic sack addressed tactical weaknesses revealed during the crisis. Roman commanders recognized that their traditional phalanx formation, borrowed from Greek military practice, lacked the flexibility needed to respond effectively to unconventional enemies. They began experimenting with more adaptable formations that could maneuver independently while maintaining coordination with other units. These innovations would eventually evolve into the manipular system that dominated Roman tactics for centuries. The trauma of 387 BC also influenced Roman diplomatic strategy, making leaders more willing to seek allies and less likely to rely solely on their own military strength. Rome began cultivating relationships with other Italian peoples threatened by Gallic expansion, creating mutual defense agreements that provided security while expanding Roman influence. These alliances proved crucial during subsequent conflicts, as Allied forces often outnumbered Roman troops in major campaigns. Recovery from the Gallic sack took decades, but by the early 3rd century BC, Rome had emerged stronger and more militarily sophisticated than before. This transformation became evident during the Pyrrhic Wars, Rome's first major confrontation with Hellenistic military technology and tactics. King Pyrrhus of Epirus, a skilled general and distant relative of Alexander the Great, brought professional armies equipped with the latest Greek innovations to support the city of Tarentum in its conflict with Rome. Pyrrhus commanded forces that represented the pinnacle of Hellenistic military development. His infantry consisted of Macedonian-style phalanxes armed with sarissæ, 18-foot pikes that could outreach any Roman weapon. These professional soldiers, trained from childhood in complex drill movements, fought in dense formations that presented walls of spear points to approaching enemies. Supporting the phalanxes were units of peltasts, lightly armed skirmishers who harassed enemy formations with javelins and stones before retreating behind the heavy infantry. The most spectacular element of Pyrrhus's army was his elephant corps, the first time Romans encountered these massive beasts in battle. The elephants, imported from India and trained for warfare, stood nearly 3 meters tall and weighed several tons each. Armoured with bronze plates and carrying towers containing archers or javelin throwers, they served as ancient tanks capable of breaking enemy formations through sheer physical impact. The psychological effect of these enormous animals, trumpeting and charging across the battlefield, proved as important as their tactical capabilities. Pyrrhus's cavalry represented another technological advantage over Roman forces. His horsemen rode larger, better-bred mounts than those available to Romans and employed sophisticated tactics developed in the constant warfare between Hellenistic kingdoms. Heavy cavalry units, equipped with long lances and scale armour, could deliver devastating charges against infantry formations, while light cavalry harassed enemy flanks with arrows and javelins before withdrawing beyond retaliation range. The Battle of Heraclea in 280 BC demonstrated both the effectiveness of Hellenistic military technology and the resilience of Roman tactical adaptation. Roman forces initially struggled against Pyrrhus's combined arms approach, with their traditional formations proving vulnerable to coordinated attacks by elephants, cavalry, and phalanxes. The elephants in particular caused chaos among Roman ranks, as horses panicked at their scent and soldiers fled from their charges. However, Roman commanders quickly began developing countermeasures that exploited weaknesses in Pyrrhus's seemingly superior system. They discovered that elephants, despite their intimidating appearance, could be wounded by concentrated missile fire, and would then rampage uncontrollably, often trampling their own troops. Roman soldiers learned to target the mahouts who controlled the elephants, causing the beast to become unmanageable when their handlers were killed or wounded. The Battle of Asculum in 279 BC saw Romans implementing these tactical innovations with considerable success. They used rough terrain to limit cavalry effectiveness, employed light troops to harass elephant formations, and concentrated their best soldiers against specific sections of the enemy phalanx, rather than attacking along the entire front. While Pyrrhus technically won both battles, his casualties were so severe that he allegedly remarked that another such victory would destroy his army entirely, giving rise to the term Pyrrhic victory. These conflicts with Pyrrhus marked Rome's emergence as a major Mediterranean power capable of defeating the most advanced military forces of the era. Roman adaptability, organisational skills, and willingness to absorb heavy casualties while learning from defeats proved more valuable than any single tactical innovation. The wars also demonstrated Rome's growing ability to mobilise the human and material resources of its Italian alliance system, fielding multiple armies simultaneously and replacing losses more quickly than enemies who lacked similar demographic advantages. The period from 509 to 264 BC witnessed Rome's transformation from a small city-state struggling with internal divisions and local enemies into the dominant power in peninsular Italy. The conflict of the orders had created more inclusive political institutions, while maintaining enough aristocratic influence to ensure governmental stability. Military campaigns against various Italian peoples had tested and refined Roman tactical capabilities while expanding the alliance system that would support future conquests. The Gallic sack had taught valuable lessons about defensive strategy and the importance of preparedness, while the Pyrrhic wars had proven Roman ability to defeat even the most sophisticated enemies through determination and tactical flexibility. By 264 BC, Rome's control over the Italian peninsula had created an inevitable collision course with Carthage, the dominant maritime power of the Western Mediterranean. The Carthaginians had established their empire through centuries of commercial expansion, founding trading posts and colonies from modern-day Tunisia to southern Spain and the islands of Sicily, Sardinia, and Corsica. Their capital city, built on a peninsula jutting into the Bay of Tunis, commanded one of the Mediterranean's finest natural harbours and served as the hub of a vast commercial network that generated enormous wealth through trade in precious metals, textiles, ivory, and exotic goods from sub-Saharan Africa. Carthaginian society differed fundamentally from Rome's citizen-soldier model. The Carthaginian elite consisted primarily of merchant families whose wealth derived from trade rather than land ownership. These merchants maintained extensive business relationships throughout the Mediterranean, operating fleets of cargo vessels that transported goods between distant markets, while their agents negotiated contracts and established new trading partnerships. The city's government reflected these commercial priorities, with elected officials called suffetes serving terms similar to Roman consuls, but focusing primarily on economic rather than military affairs. The Carthaginian military system relied heavily on mercenary forces recruited from across North Africa and the Western Mediterranean. Libyan infantry formed the backbone of Carthaginian armies, equipped with long spears, round shields and bronze helmets, fighting in dense formations that could withstand cavalry charges or infantry assaults. Numidian horsemen, renowned throughout the ancient world for their riding skills, served as scouts and skirmishers, using their mobility to harass enemy formations while avoiding direct confrontation. Spanish warriors brought expertise in guerrilla warfare and metalworking, wielding iron swords of exceptional quality that could cut through bronze weapons and armour. The Carthaginian navy dominated Mediterranean waters through superior shipbuilding technology and navigational expertise. Their kinkarems, massive warships powered by 5 banks of oars, could ram enemy vessels or serve as platforms for boarding actions. Each kinkarem carried approximately 300 rowers, arranged in carefully coordinated tiers, with the uppermost oarsmen pulling the longest oars to maximize propulsion. Bronze-reinforced rams protruding from the ship's prows could punch holes below the waterline of enemy vessels, while marines armed with spears, swords, and javelins prepared to board damaged ships or repel boarding attempts. The immediate cause of the First Punic War arose from a dispute over Messana, a strategic city controlling the narrow strait between Sicily and the Italian mainland. The Mamertiners, Italian mercenaries who had seized control of Messana, found themselves under attack by Hero II of Syracuse and appealed simultaneously to both Rome and Carthage for assistance. This created a diplomatic crisis that neither power could ignore. Control of Messana would determine which empire could dominate the vital shipping routes between the eastern and western Mediterranean. Roman entry into Sicilian affairs marked a fundamental shift in strategic thinking. Previous Roman conflicts had focused on territorial expansion within Italy, but Sicily represented Rome's first overseas commitment requiring sustained naval operations. The Roman Senate initially hesitated to commit forces to an island campaign that would stretch their military resources and require unfamiliar types of warfare. However, the potential threat of Carthaginian control over the Messana Strait ultimately convinced Roman leaders that intervention was necessary to protect their growing commercial interests. The Roman expeditionary force that crossed to Sicily in 264 BC consisted primarily of infantry trained for land warfare, with minimal naval support beyond the transport vessels needed to ferry troops across the strait. Roman commanders quickly discovered that conventional military tactics proved insufficient for island warfare, where control of harbours and supply lines determined strategic success more than battlefield victories. Carthaginian naval superiority allowed their forces to receive reinforcements and supplies, while potentially isolating Roman armies from their Italian bases. Roman adaptation to naval warfare demonstrated the same flexibility and determination that had characterized their conquest of Italy. Recognizing that they could not compete with Carthaginian seamanship through conventional means, Roman engineers developed the corvus, a rotating bridge equipped with a heavy spike that could be dropped onto enemy ship decks. This device, approximately 12 meters long and fitted with wooden planks for soldiers to cross, transformed naval combat from ramming and maneuvering contests into infantry battles fought on ship decks. The construction of Rome's first major naval fleet required unprecedented mobilization of resources and expertise. Roman shipbuilders, lacking experience with large warship construction, allegedly used a captured Carthaginian quinquereme as a template for mass production. Archaeological evidence from shipwrecks suggests that Roman vessels incorporated standardized components that could be prefabricated and assembled quickly, allowing for rapid fleet expansion despite limited maritime expertise. The Romans recruited oarsmen from allied Italian cities, training them on land using wooden frameworks that replicated ship dimensions and rowing positions. The Battle of Mylae in 260 BC marked Rome's first significant naval victory and demonstrated the effectiveness of their tactical innovations. The Roman fleet, commanded by consul Gaius Duilius, encountered a Carthaginian squadron that approached confidently, expecting to defeat the inexperienced Roman sailors through superior maneuvering. However, the corvus bridges allowed Roman marines to board Carthaginian vessels and fight the type of close-quarters combat in which they excelled. Roman soldiers, trained in sword work and formation fighting, proved superior to Carthaginian marines in hand-to-hand combat on crowded ship decks. The victory at Mylae provided Rome with crucial psychological momentum and demonstrated that Carthaginian naval supremacy was not insurmountable. Roman commanders gained confidence in their ability to transport armies across water and supply overseas campaigns, while Carthaginian admirals faced the unsettling reality that their traditional tactical advantages had been neutralized by Roman ingenuity. The battle also established Roman control over the waters around northern Sicily, enabling more effective support for their land forces operating against Carthaginian strongholds. Roman land operations in Sicily revealed both the strengths and limitations of their military system when applied to siege warfare against fortified cities. Carthaginian settlements typically featured massive stone walls, sophisticated defensive towers, and carefully planned layouts that channeled attacking forces into killing zones where defenders could concentrate missile fire. The Siege of Agrigentum, lasting from 262 to 261 BC, demonstrated the enormous resources required to capture well-defended Carthaginian positions through conventional assault methods. The Romans constructed elaborate siege works around Agrigentum, including earthwork walls designed to prevent relief forces from reaching the city, while protecting Roman forces from sorties by the garrison. These circumvallation lines, stretching for kilometers around the city's perimeter, required thousands of soldiers working continuously to dig trenches, build palisades, and construct artillery positions. Roman engineers employed battering rams, siege towers, and catapults borrowed from Greek military technology, adapting these weapons to local conditions while developing new techniques for breaching stone fortifications. The prolonged siege strained Roman logistics and revealed the challenges of maintaining large armies in hostile territory far from their supply bases. Soldiers required daily provisions of grain, meat, and water, while horses and pack animals needed fodder that was often scarce in areas devastated by warfare. The Romans established supply lines extending back to Italy, but these remained vulnerable to Carthaginian naval attacks and required significant military resources to protect. Disease outbreaks in crowded military camps created additional casualties that sometimes exceeded battle losses. Roman success at Agrigentum ultimately resulted from their superior ability to sustain prolonged operations, rather than tactical brilliance or technological advantages. The Roman alliance system provided access to manpower reserves that allowed commanders to replace casualties and maintain siege lines despite enemy counterattacks. Italian allies contributed not only soldiers, but also specialized craftsmen, engineers, and support personnel essential for complex military operations. This demographic advantage proved crucial throughout the First Punic War, as Rome could absorb losses that would cripple smaller powers. The Roman decision to invade Africa in 256 BC represented an ambitious attempt to end the war by attacking Carthage directly. The expedition, led by consul Marcus Atilius Regulus, transported approximately 15,000 infantry and 500 cavalry across the Mediterranean in one of the largest amphibious operations attempted in the ancient world. The fleet consisted of 330 warships and numerous transport vessels, requiring coordination between thousands of rowers, marines, and support personnel operating across hundreds of kilometres of open water. The initial Roman landing near Cape Bon achieved complete tactical surprise, as Carthaginian forces had not expected such a massive invasion fleet. Roman troops quickly established a fortified beachhead and began advancing toward Carthage itself, capturing several smaller cities and devastating the agricultural regions that supplied the capital. The psychological impact of Roman forces operating in the heart of Carthaginian territory created panic among the civilian population and strained the loyalty of mercenary units whose pay depended on continued Carthaginian prosperity. However, the African campaign ultimately demonstrated the limitations of Roman strategic planning and their unfamiliarity with desert warfare conditions. The Carthaginians hired Xanthippus, a Spartan mercenary general experienced in Hellenistic military tactics, to reorganize their forces and develop effective countermeasures against Roman invasion strategies. Xanthippus implemented combined arms tactics that utilized Carthaginian advantages in cavalry and elephants while minimizing Roman strengths in infantry combat. The Battle of Tunis in 255 BC resulted in catastrophic Roman defeat when Xanthippus deployed his forces on open plains that maximized cavalry effectiveness while neutralizing Roman infantry advantages. Carthaginian elephants, supported by Numidian horsemen, broke Roman formations before they could establish the tight defensive positions that had proven successful in previous battles. The flat terrain prevented Romans from using natural obstacles to channel enemy attacks, while the lack of nearby fortifications eliminated possibilities for tactical withdrawal. Roman casualties at Tunis included most of the expeditionary force, with Regulus himself captured along with approximately 500 other survivors who were transported to Carthage as prisoners. The defeat eliminated Rome's most experienced African veterans and demonstrated that Roman tactical systems required modification for warfare in unfamiliar environments. The disaster also highlighted Roman logistical vulnerabilities, as the invasion force had depended entirely on naval supply lines that proved inadequate for sustaining large armies in hostile territory. The naval disasters that followed the African expedition nearly ended Roman participation in the war. Storms destroyed much of the fleet returning from Africa, drowning thousands of soldiers and sailors while eliminating years of shipbuilding efforts. Additional naval losses occurred when Roman admirals, lacking experience with Mediterranean weather patterns, attempted operations during seasons when experienced sailors avoided open water. These catastrophes depleted Roman manpower reserves and strained the financial resources needed to construct replacement vessels. Roman persistence despite these setbacks demonstrated the Republic's fundamental strength, the ability to absorb enormous losses while maintaining popular support for continued warfare. The Roman citizen assemblies repeatedly approved new military levies and additional taxation needed to fund fleet reconstruction, showing remarkable resilience in the face of repeated disasters. This determination contrasted with Carthaginian war weariness, as prolonged conflict disrupted the trade relationships that formed the foundation of Carthaginian prosperity. The final phase of the First Punic War centered on the siege of Lilybaeum, Carthage's principal Sicilian stronghold, which controlled the western portion of the island and served as the main base for Carthaginian operations. The city's fortifications, built on a peninsula surrounded by water on three sides, presented enormous challenges for Roman siege techniques. Massive stone walls reinforced with towers and artillery positions protected the landward approaches, while the harbour remained open to Carthaginian supply ships despite Roman naval patrols. Roman siege operations at Lilybaeum lasted nearly a decade, from 250 to 241 BC, and became a test of endurance between the two powers. Roman engineers attempted to fill the harbour with stones and debris to prevent Carthaginian supply ships from reaching the city, but strong currents and deliberate Carthaginian countermeasures repeatedly destroyed these efforts. Underground mining operations aimed at collapsing sections of the city wall proved equally unsuccessful, as Carthaginian defenders detected tunnelling activities and constructed countermines that neutralised Roman efforts. The prolonged siege demonstrated evolving Roman approaches to military engineering and logistics. Roman commanders established permanent camps with stone buildings, paved roads, and sophisticated water supply systems that resembled small cities rather than temporary military installations. These facilities housed not only soldiers, but also craftsmen, merchants, and support personnel who maintained the complex infrastructure required for sustained siege operations. The Romans developed standardized procedures for rotating troops, maintaining equipment, and coordinating with naval forces that would influence military practice for centuries. Carthaginian resistance at Lilybaeum relied heavily on the skills of individual commanders who maintained garrison morale despite increasingly desperate circumstances. Himilco, the Carthaginian commander, organised regular sorties against Roman siege works while coordinating with relief expeditions that attempted to break the blockade. These operations required careful timing and coordination between land and naval forces, as Carthaginian ships had to navigate Roman patrols while carrying supplies and reinforcements to the besieged garrison. The decisive Battle of the Aegates Islands in 241 BC finally ended the First Punic War, when a Roman fleet commanded by Gaius Lutatius Catulus defeated the last major Carthaginian naval force attempting to relieve Lilybaeum. The Roman victory resulted from improved ship design and crew training that had developed over 2 decades of naval warfare. Roman vessels had become lighter and more manoeuvrable while retaining their boarding advantages, and Roman sailors had gained the experience necessary to compete with Carthaginian seamanship. The peace treaty that concluded the First Punic War established Rome as the dominant power in the central Mediterranean, while imposing crushing financial penalties on Carthage. The Carthaginians agreed to evacuate Sicily completely, pay an enormous indemnity of 3,200 talents over 10 years, and return all Roman prisoners without ransom. These terms reflected Roman determination to prevent Carthaginian recovery while securing the resources needed to rebuild their own military capabilities. The interval between the First and Second Punic Wars witnessed fundamental changes in both Roman and Carthaginian strategic priorities. Rome consolidated control over Sicily while expanding into Sardinia and Corsica, establishing the administrative systems that would govern their growing overseas empire. Roman colonization programs transported Italian farmers to captured territories, creating loyal populations that could provide military service while developing agricultural resources. These settlements served both as military garrisons and economic centres that generated tax revenue for continued expansion. Carthaginian recovery efforts focused on Spain, where the Barcid family established what amounted to an independent kingdom that provided the resources and manpower for a renewed conflict with Rome. Hamilcar Barca, the Carthaginian general who had commanded forces during the final stages of the First Punic War, led the Spanish expansion and developed new military techniques that combined traditional Carthaginian advantages with lessons learned from previous defeats. His son-in-law Hasdrubal continued these policies, founding New Carthage as a major base for operations while negotiating treaties with local Spanish tribes. Hannibal Barca's assumption of command in Spain in 221 BC marked the beginning of preparations for the most audacious military campaign in ancient history. Unlike previous Carthaginian commanders who had relied primarily on mercenary forces, Hannibal created a professional army that combined diverse ethnic groups into a cohesive fighting force united by personal loyalty to their commander. Spanish infantry provided disciplined heavy troops capable of meeting Roman legions in direct combat, while Gallic warriors contributed fierce assault capabilities and Numidian cavalry maintained their traditional roles as scouts and skirmishers. The siege of Saguntum in 219 BC provided Hannibal with both a pretext for war and an opportunity to test his army against a fortified position defended by troops trained in Roman military methods. The 8-month siege demonstrated Carthaginian improvements in siege warfare technology, including the use of sophisticated artillery engines and mining techniques that had been developed during the Spanish campaigns. Hannibal's success at Saguntum also served notice to Rome that Carthaginian military capabilities had recovered from their previous defeats. Hannibal's decision to march overland from Spain to Italy represented one of history's most brilliant strategic concepts, combining surprise with the practical advantages of avoiding Roman naval superiority. The route through southern Gaul and across the Alps would bring Carthaginian forces into northern Italy, where Gallic tribes remained hostile to Rome and might provide additional troops for anti-Roman operations. This approach would also force Romans to defend their homeland, rather than conducting overseas campaigns that strained their logistical capabilities. The army that departed New Carthage in 218 BC consisted of approximately 90,000 infantry, 12,000 cavalry, and 37 war elephants, representing the largest and most diverse force ever assembled under Carthaginian command. Spanish troops formed the core of the infantry, equipped with distinctive weapons, including the falcata, a curved sword designed for slashing attacks that could penetrate Roman armour. African infantry carried traditional spears and shields, but had been trained in Roman tactical formations that would allow them to impersonate legionary units during battle. Gallic warriors brought their traditional longswords and fierce fighting spirit, while Balearic slingers provided accurate long-range support with lead projectiles that could kill or wound enemies at distances beyond javelin range. The march through Gaul required careful diplomacy as well as military skill, as Hannibal needed to secure passage through territories controlled by various tribal confederations. Some Gallic peoples welcomed Carthaginian forces as potential allies against Roman expansion, while others demanded tribute or hostages as guarantees of peaceful passage. Hannibal's negotiations demonstrated sophisticated understanding of Gallic politics and customs, as he successfully avoided major conflicts while maintaining his army's cohesion and supplies. The Alpine crossing, accomplished during the onset of winter in 218 BC, became legendary for its combination of tactical brilliance and sheer audacity. Hannibal's route, probably through the Col de Clapier or a similar high-altitude pass, required his forces to traverse terrain that challenged even experienced mountain travellers. The army faced not only geographical obstacles including narrow paths, steep grades, and unstable rock formations, but also attacks by alpine tribes who rolled boulders down mountainsides and launched ambushes from concealed positions. The elephants that survived the Alpine crossing created enormous psychological impact when they appeared in the Po Valley, as most Romans had never seen these massive beasts, and their presence seemed to confirm reports of Hannibal's supernatural abilities. However, the practical military value of the surviving elephants proved limited, as the cold climate and unfamiliar terrain had weakened them considerably. Most died during the first winter in Italy, though their initial appearance helped convince Gallic tribes to join Hannibal's cause. The destruction of Carthage in 146 BC marked Rome's emergence as the undisputed master of the Mediterranean world, yet this triumph paradoxically initiated the most turbulent century in Roman history. The vast wealth flowing into Rome from conquered territories fundamentally altered the Republic's social and economic foundations, creating unprecedented inequality between rich and poor, while undermining the traditional citizen farmer class that formed the backbone of Roman military strength. Successful generals returned from overseas campaigns with enormous personal fortunes, vast numbers of slaves, and armies of veterans whose loyalty belonged more to their commanders than to the Roman state itself. The transformation of Roman agriculture accelerated dramatically during this period, as wealthy elites acquired massive estates worked by slave labour captured during foreign conquests. These latifundia, some extending across hundreds of thousands of acres, specialised in cash crops like wine and olive oil that generated substantial profits for their owners, while displacing the small-scale grain farming that had traditionally supported citizen soldiers and their families. Displaced farmers migrated to Rome in increasing numbers, swelling the urban population and creating a volatile mass of unemployed citizens dependent on government grain distributions and public entertainment for survival. The brothers Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus emerged from this social crisis as the first major politicians to challenge directly the senatorial oligarchy's monopoly on power. Born into one of Rome's most distinguished patrician families, the Gracchi possessed the social credentials and political connections necessary to champion popular causes while maintaining legitimacy among traditional elites. Their mother Cornelia, daughter of the great Scipio Africanus, had provided them with exceptional educations that included training in Greek rhetoric and philosophy, preparing them to articulate complex political arguments in the public assemblies where Roman legislation was debated and approved. Tiberius Gracchus assumed the tribunate of the plebs in 133 BC with a comprehensive program designed to address the Republic's mounting social problems through land redistribution. His Lex Sempronia Agraria proposed to enforce existing laws limiting the amount of public land any individual could occupy, reclaiming excess holdings for distribution to landless citizens in small plots suitable for family farming. The legislation also established a three-man commission with broad powers to survey public lands, determine legal ownership, and oversee the actual redistribution process. The land reform proposals struck at the heart of senatorial wealth and privilege, as many prominent families had accumulated vast holdings of public land through legal loopholes and outright occupation over several generations. These estates generated enormous revenues through livestock grazing, cash crop cultivation, and mineral extraction, providing the economic foundation for senatorial political dominance. The prospect of forced land redistribution threatened not only individual fortunes, but the entire system of patronage and client relationships that structured Roman society. Senatorial opposition to Tiberius Gracchus manifested initially through constitutional obstruction rather than direct violence. Marcus Octavius, Tiberius's colleague in the tribunate, vetoed the land bill using the traditional power of intercessio that allowed any magistrate to block actions by his peers. This veto created a constitutional crisis, as Roman political tradition assumed that magistrates would use their negative powers sparingly and only to prevent clearly harmful legislation. The systematic obstruction of popular reforms represented a new and dangerous precedent that threatened to paralyze Republican government. Tiberius responded to senatorial obstruction with equally unprecedented constitutional innovations that pushed Roman political practice beyond traditional boundaries. he convinced the popular assembly to depose Marcus Octavius from office, arguing that a tribune who opposed the people's will had violated his fundamental duties and forfeited his position. This action, while technically legal under Roman law, violated centuries of precedent that treated magistrates as inviolable during their terms of office. The deposition established a dangerous principle that popular assemblies could remove officials who blocked their preferred policies. The funding mechanism that Tiberius proposed for his land commission created additional constitutional controversy by challenging senatorial control over public finances. Rather than requesting funds through normal budgetary procedures controlled by the Senate, Tiberius proposed to use the treasury of Pergamon, recently bequeathed to Rome by its last king, to provide the land commission with resources for surveying, road construction, and initial support for new settlers. This approach bypassed senatorial oversight, while demonstrating that popular assemblies could access independent revenue sources for their programs. The violence that erupted during the final months of Tiberius's tribunate marked a watershed moment in Roman political development, introducing physical force as a legitimate tool for resolving constitutional disputes. Pontifex Maximus Publius Scipio Nasica organised a senatorial mob that attacked Tiberius and his supporters during a public assembly, killing the tribune along with approximately 300 of his followers. The senators used clubs and stones rather than swords, apparently believing that avoiding military weapons would minimize the legal consequences of their actions. The assassination of Tiberius Gracchus shattered the fundamental assumption that Roman citizens were protected from violence by their legal status and constitutional rights. The killing occurred in broad daylight in the heart of Rome, witnessed by thousands of citizens who could see that even the most distinguished offices provided no protection against organised political violence. The Senate's subsequent refusal to prosecute the killers demonstrated that traditional legal remedies had become ineffective against determined opposition backed by sufficient force. Gaius Gracchus assumed the tribunate 10 years later, in 123 BC, with a more comprehensive and politically sophisticated program that addressed the weaknesses in his brother's approach. Rather than focusing solely on land redistribution, Gaius constructed a broad coalition of interests united by opposition to senatorial dominance. His legislation included grain subsidies for urban citizens, public works projects that provided employment, judicial reforms that transferred important courts from senators to equities, and colonial programs that offered new opportunities for landless citizens. The Lex Sempronia Frumentaria established the principle that Roman citizens possessed a fundamental right to subsidize grain, creating a permanent entitlement that would influence Roman politics for centuries. The law required the state to sell grain to citizens at below-market prices, with the difference made up from public funds derived from provincial taxation. This program addressed immediate urban poverty while creating a powerful constituency of beneficiaries who would support politicians promising to maintain or expand the subsidies. Gaius's judicial reforms proved even more significant for long-term political development, as they challenged senatorial monopoly over the courts that tried provincial governors for extortion and corruption. The Lex Sempronia de Repetundis transferred these courts from senators to members of the equestrian order, wealthy non-senatorial Romans whose fortunes derived primarily from tax collection contracts, banking, and commercial activities. This change created a new power centre in Roman politics, while providing provincial communities with judges who had fewer personal connections to the governors they were trying. The equestrian order that emerged as a major political force during this period consisted primarily of wealthy Romans who had chosen commercial careers over traditional political advancement through the cursus honorum. Many equities had accumulated substantial fortunes through government contracts for military supplies, public construction projects, and tax collection in the provinces. Others had invested in banking, shipping, or manufacturing enterprises that served Rome's expanding empire. These men possessed the wealth and education necessary for political participation, but had been excluded from the highest offices by aristocratic prejudice against commercial activities. The alliance between popular politicians and equestrian interests created a powerful alternative to senatorial authority that would dominate late Republican politics. Equites provided financial resources and organizational expertise for popular political movements, while tribunes and other magistrates offered legal protection and favorable legislation for equestrian business activities. This partnership demonstrated that Roman politics could function without senatorial leadership, undermining traditional assumptions about the necessity of aristocratic guidance for republican government. The colonial program that Gaius Gracchus promoted represented another innovative approach to addressing social problems while expanding Roman power. Unlike traditional colonies that served primarily military purposes, the Graccan settlements were designed to provide economic opportunities for displaced farmers and urban poor through planned communities with adequate agricultural land, public facilities, and commercial connections. The proposed colony at Carthage, on the site of Rome's former enemy, symbolized the transformation of conquest into constructive development. The violent end of Gaius Gracchus in 121 BC followed patterns established during his brother's tribunate, but involved even more extensive bloodshed and constitutional innovation. The Senate passed its first Senatus Consultum Ultimum, a decree authorizing the consul to take any measures necessary to protect the state, effectively declaring martial law and suspending normal legal protections. This emergency decree provided legal cover for the military action that killed Gaius, along with approximately 3,000 of his supporters in street fighting throughout Rome. The Senatus Consultum Ultimum established a precedent that would be repeatedly invoked during subsequent political crises, gradually normalizing the use of emergency powers to suppress popular movements. The decree's vague language about protecting the state allowed senators to justify almost any level of violence against political opponents, while claiming constitutional authority for their actions. This legal innovation effectively militarized Roman politics by providing a mechanism for transforming political disputes into military confrontations. The aftermath of the Graccan crisis revealed fundamental changes in Roman political culture that would define the late Republic's trajectory towards civil war and autocracy. The traditional consensus that had united elite and popular interests around shared Republican values had been shattered, replaced by irreconcilable conflict between populares who appealed directly to citizen assemblies and optimates who defended senatorial prerogatives through constitutional obstruction and organized violence. The career of Gaius Marius exemplified the new type of military commander who would dominate late Republican politics through personal armies and veteran loyalty. Born into a relatively modest equestrian family from the Latin town of Arpinum, Marius lacked the aristocratic connections that traditionally facilitated political advancement, but possessed exceptional military talents that he demonstrated during service in Spain and Africa. His marriage to Julia, aunt of the future dictator Julius Caesar, provided some elite connections, while his populare's political alignment gave him access to popular assemblies that could override senatorial opposition. Marius's consulship in 107 BC coincided with the Juguthine War in North Africa, a conflict that had exposed senatorial incompetence and corruption, while providing opportunities for ambitious commanders to demonstrate superior leadership. King Jugurtha of Numidia had maintained his independence through systematic bribery of Roman officials, creating a scandal that undermined public confidence in senatorial governance. Marius's appointment to command against Jugurtha represented a popular revolt against aristocratic military leadership, and established the precedent that citizen assemblies could override senatorial assignments of provincial commands. The military reforms that Marius implemented during his African command fundamentally altered the Roman army's social composition and political orientation. Faced with difficulty recruiting sufficient troops through traditional property qualifications, Marius opened military service to landless citizens who would serve for extended periods in exchange for regular pay, equipment provided by the state, and promises of land grants upon retirement. This professionalization created armies whose primary loyalty belonged to their commanders rather than the Roman state, as generals controlled the resources that soldiers needed for their future security. The Marian military reforms standardized equipment and training while creating more flexible tactical formations that could adapt to diverse enemies and terrain. All legionaries now carried the same weapons, a short sword for close combat, 2 javelins for initial attacks, and a large rectangular shield for protection, while wearing standardized armour consisting of a bronze helmet and chainmail shirt. The manipular system was refined to allow greater coordination between units, while maintaining the tactical flexibility that had proven successful against various enemies. The transformation of the Roman army from a citizen militia to a professional force had profound political implications that became apparent during the conflicts with Germanic tribes that threatened Roman territories in Gaul and northern Italy. The Cimbri and Teutones, massive tribal confederations displaced from their original territories by climate change and population pressure, had defeated several Roman armies and threatened to invade Italy itself. The crisis required sustained military campaigns that only professional armies could conduct effectively, but it also created opportunities for successful commanders to build personal followings among their veteran soldiers. Marius's consecutive consulships from 104 to 100 BC violated the traditional prohibition against holding the same office in successive years, but the Germanic threat provided justification for extraordinary measures. His repeated elections demonstrated that Roman citizens would override constitutional restrictions when faced with existential threats, establishing precedents that later commanders would exploit for personal advancement. The concentration of military authority in single individuals for extended periods undermined the republican principle of shared power, while creating opportunities for ambitious politicians to build independent power bases. The Battle of Aquae Sextiae in 102 BC showcased the effectiveness of Marian military reforms against unconventional enemies who relied on mass attacks and psychological intimidation rather than disciplined formations. The Germanic warriors who faced Roman legions stood significantly taller than Mediterranean peoples, with long blonde hair and fierce battle cries designed to terrify opponents before combat began. They fought with minimal armour, relying on large shields and long swords, while displaying contempt for death that impressed even experienced Roman soldiers. Marius deployed his forces in carefully prepared positions that maximised Roman advantages in discipline and coordination, while minimising Germanic strengths in individual combat and numerical superiority. Roman engineers constructed field fortifications that channeled enemy attacks into predetermined killing zones, where concentrated javelin volleys could disrupt tribal formations before they reached Roman lines. The legionaries' superior armour and training proved decisive in close combat, as Germanic warriors found their long swords ineffective against Roman shields and armour, while Roman short swords could penetrate tribal defences. The complete destruction of the Cimbri and Teutones eliminated the immediate threat to Roman territory, while establishing Marius as the Republic's most successful military commander. His victories provided enormous quantities of plunder that funded generous bonuses for veteran soldiers, while demonstrating the potential rewards available to troops serving under competent generals. The Germanic campaigns also produced thousands of prisoners who were sold into slavery, generating additional revenue that Marius could use to reward supporters and fund political activities. The return of Marius's veterans to Italy created new pressures for land distribution programs that would provide retired soldiers with the economic security they had been promised during recruitment. These professional soldiers possessed military skills and organizational experience that made them formidable political actors, while their personal loyalty to Marius gave him a power base independent of traditional constitutional authorities. The combination of military expertise, political organisation, and economic desperation among veterans created volatile conditions that ambitious politicians could exploit for revolutionary purposes. The social war that erupted in 91 BC represented the most serious internal threat to Roman power since the Gallic sack 3 centuries earlier, as Italian allies who had contributed substantially to Roman military success demanded the citizenship rights that had been repeatedly denied despite their loyal service. The immediate catalyst involved Marcus Livius Drusus, a tribune who proposed comprehensive reforms including citizenship for Italian allies, but the underlying causes reflected decades of accumulated grievances over discriminatory treatment and economic exploitation. The Italian communities that rebelled against Rome possessed substantial military capabilities developed through centuries of cooperation with Roman forces in overseas campaigns. Allied soldiers had learned Roman tactics and organisation while serving alongside legionaries, and many communities could field well-equipped armies led by experienced commanders who understood Roman strengths and weaknesses. The rebels established their own confederation with a capital at Corfinium, demonstrating sophisticated political organisation that rivaled Roman institutions. The military campaigns of the Social War tested Roman tactical superiority against enemies who possessed equivalent training and equipment, while fighting on familiar terrain with strong popular support. Italian forces achieved several significant victories against Roman armies, capturing important strongholds and threatening to expand the rebellion throughout the peninsula. The conflict's intensity and duration demonstrated that Roman military dominance depended heavily on Italian cooperation, rather than inherent superiority over all potential enemies. Roman victory in the Social War resulted more from political concessions than military conquest, as the Republic gradually extended citizenship rights to allied communities that remained loyal or returned to Roman allegiance. The Lex Julia of 90 BC granted citizenship to all allies who had not joined the rebellion, while subsequent legislation extended similar rights to communities that laid down their arms. These measures eliminated the fundamental grievance that had motivated the rebellion, while preserving Roman territorial integrity and alliance system. The citizenship extensions that ended the Social War fundamentally altered Roman political dynamics by dramatically expanding the number of citizens eligible to participate in popular assemblies and elections. The new citizens, concentrated in rural areas throughout Italy, possessed different interests and priorities than traditional urban voters, creating opportunities for politicians who could mobilise geographically dispersed constituencies. The practical difficulties of travelling to Rome for political participation meant that citizenship rights remained largely theoretical for most new citizens, but their potential political influence worried traditional elites. Lucius Cornelius Sulla emerged from the Social War as Rome's most successful commander and a leading representative of Optimate's political interests opposed to popular reforms and democratic innovations. Born into an ancient patrician family that had fallen on hard times, Sulla combined aristocratic prejudices with ruthless ambition and exceptional military talents that he had demonstrated during service under Marius in Africa and against Germanic tribes. His appointment to command against Mithridates VI of Pontus provided an opportunity to restore his family's fortunes while advancing Optimate political goals. The conflict between Marius and Sulla over the Mithridatic command marked the first time that Roman armies marched on Rome itself, shattering the fundamental taboo that separated military and civilian authority within the city's sacred boundary. When the popular assembly transferred Sulla's command to Marius through legislation sponsored by the tribune Publius Sulpicius Rufus, Sulla convinced his legions that their economic interest depended on maintaining their original commander who had promised them the wealth of Asia. The soldiers' willingness to violate religious law and constitutional tradition demonstrated how completely the Marian reforms had altered military loyalty patterns. Sulla's march on Rome in 88 BC encountered minimal resistance, as most citizens fled rather than confronting veteran legions in street fighting. The ease with which military force could override constitutional authorities revealed the Republic's fundamental weakness. Popular assemblies and magistrates possessed no independent military capabilities that could resist determined commanders backed by professional armies. Sulla's occupation of the city lasted only long enough to reverse Sulpicius's legislation and secure his own appointment to the Asian command, but the precedent of using military force to resolve political disputes would be repeatedly invoked by later commanders. The departure of Sulla's legions for Asia in 87 BC created a power vacuum that Marius and his supporters quickly exploited through a campaign of unprecedented violence against Optimate leaders. The aging general, consumed by bitterness over his forced exile and determined to reclaim his position as Rome's premier military commander, orchestrated systematic massacres that eliminated entire families from the senatorial aristocracy. Bodies littered Rome's streets as Marian death squads hunted down political enemies, displaying severed heads in the forum as warnings to potential opponents. This reign of terror established new standards for political brutality while demonstrating how completely the traditional restraints on elite behaviour had collapsed. Sulla's return from his victorious campaigns against Mithridates in 83 BC initiated an even more systematic program of political purification through the infamous proscription lists that marked thousands of Romans for death. Unlike the chaotic violence of the Marian period, Sulla's purges followed carefully planned procedures designed to eliminate not only political opponents, but entire networks of families and clients who might seek future revenge. The proscription lists, posted publicly in the forum, offered substantial rewards for the heads of marked individuals, while confiscating their property to fund Sulla's political reorganisation. Citizens lived in terror as the lists expanded daily, with personal enemies using the chaos to settle private scores through false accusations. The wealth confiscated from proscribed families provided Sulla with enormous resources for rewarding supporters and implementing constitutional reforms designed to prevent future popular challenges to senatorial authority. Sulla's veterans received land grants carved from the estates of executed enemies, creating a new class of military colonists whose prosperity depended on maintaining the political system their commander had established. These settlements, scattered throughout Italy, served as garrisons for the Sullan regime, while demonstrating the potential rewards available to soldiers who supported successful commanders against the state. Sulla's constitutional settlement attempted to restore traditional republican governance by strengthening senatorial prerogatives while limiting the powers of tribunes and popular assemblies. The dictator increased the Senate's membership to 600 by promoting loyal equites and junior magistrates, ensuring optimate control over legislative and judicial functions. Tribunes were stripped of their ability to propose legislation or hold higher offices, effectively neutering the institution that had served as the primary vehicle for popular political participation. The popular assemblies retained formal authority over elections and some legislation, but procedural changes made it virtually impossible for them to override senatorial opposition. The cursus honorum was rigidly systematized under Sulla's reforms, establishing mandatory age requirements and waiting periods between offices that would prevent ambitious individuals from accumulating power too rapidly. Praetors were required to serve as urban magistrates before receiving provincial commands, while consuls could not hold military appointments until their successors had been elected. These measures aimed to restore the collective leadership that had characterized the early republic while preventing the emergence of dominant personalities who could challenge senatorial authority through military force. Despite Sulla's efforts to create a permanent constitutional framework, his retirement in 79 BC immediately triggered renewed conflicts as ambitious politicians sought to dismantle restrictions on their advancement. The dictator's voluntary abdication of power, unprecedented in Roman history, reflected his genuine belief that institutional reforms could prevent future civil conflicts without requiring permanent autocratic rule. However, the precedents of military intervention and political violence that Sulla himself had established proved more influential than his constitutional innovations, as subsequent leaders recognized that force remained more effective than legal procedures for achieving political goals. Marcus Aemilius Lepidus emerged as the first major challenger to the Sullan settlement, winning the consulship in 78 BC on a platform of reversing the dictator's most unpopular measures. Lepidus promised to restore the full powers of the tribunate, recall political exiles, and redistribute land confiscated during the proscriptions to its original owners. His program attracted support from dispossessed families, displaced farmers, and urban citizens who had suffered under Sullan rule, demonstrating that popular opposition to Optimate dominance remained strong despite the recent reign of terror. The conflict between Lepidus and the Senate escalated into open warfare when the consul refused to accept his colleague's authority and began recruiting military forces from his supporters throughout Italy. Lepidus's ability to raise substantial armies revealed the fragility of Sulla's constitutional settlement, as many citizens remained willing to support armed resistance against senatorial rule. The rebellion also demonstrated how easily ambitious politicians could exploit social grievances to build personal military followings that challenged state authority. Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, barely 28 years old and holding no official magistracy, emerged as the Senate's champion against Lepidus by raising private armies from his family estates and Sullan veteran colonies. Pompey's irregular appointment to military command violated numerous constitutional principles, but senatorial desperation overcame legal scruples as Optimate leaders recognized that conventional forces could not match the loyalty and effectiveness of personally recruited troops. The young commander's success in defeating Lepidus established him as the Republic's most promising military talent, while creating dangerous precedents for bypassing normal advancement procedures. Pompey's subsequent campaigns in Spain against the renegade general Quintus Sertorius further enhanced his reputation, while revealing the continuing instability that plagued Roman territories throughout the Mediterranean. Sertorius had established an independent regime in Hispania that combined Roman administrative techniques with local tribal support, creating a formidable challenge to central authority that conventional commanders had failed to address effectively. The conflict required innovative tactical approaches and diplomatic skills that tested Pompey's abilities while providing him with the military experience necessary for future leadership roles. The war against Sertorius demonstrated the effectiveness of guerrilla tactics against conventional Roman military formations, as the rebel commander avoided direct confrontations while striking at supply lines, isolated garrisons, and civilian targets that supported Roman administration. Sertorius had learned Roman military techniques during his own service as a regular officer, but he adapted these methods to local conditions while incorporating tribal warfare practices that maximized his force's mobility and knowledge of terrain. His success in maintaining resistance for nearly a decade proved that Roman military superiority was not absolute and could be overcome through superior strategy and local support. Pompey's eventual victory over Sertorius resulted more from political divisions within the rebel coalition than decisive military superiority, as Spanish tribal leaders grew weary of prolonged warfare and began negotiating separate agreements with Roman commanders. The assassination of Sertorius by his own lieutenant Marcus Perpenna eliminated the charismatic leadership that had held the rebellion together, allowing Pompey to defeat the remaining forces through conventional tactics. The conclusion of the Spanish campaigns provided Pompey with enormous prestige and veteran armies that would serve as the foundation for his future political career. The simultaneous outbreak of the Great Slave Rebellion led by Spartacus in 73 BC created additional challenges for the Roman military system while revealing the social tensions that pervaded Italian society. Spartacus, a Thracian gladiator with military experience, organized fellow gladiators and agricultural slaves into a formidable army that defeated several Roman forces through superior mobility and desperate courage. The rebellion attracted support from displaced farmers, runaway slaves, and other marginalized groups who saw an opportunity to overturn the social order that had oppressed them. The initial Roman response to the slave rebellion reflected aristocratic contempt for servile opponents and confidence that regular military forces could easily suppress disorganized resistance. However, Spartacus demonstrated exceptional strategic abilities by avoiding direct confrontations with superior Roman forces while conducting a mobile campaign that disrupted agricultural production throughout southern Italy. His army grew to an estimated 70,000 followers, as news of early victories attracted additional recruits from the large slave populations working on latifundia estates. Marcus Licinius Crassus, the wealthiest man in Rome, assumed command against Spartacus after previous commanders had suffered humiliating defeats that embarrassed the Republic's military reputation. Crassus possessed enormous financial resources that he used to equip and supply his forces while implementing harsh disciplinary measures designed to restore military effectiveness. His use of decimation, executing every 10th man in units that had shown cowardice, demonstrated the extreme measures that Roman commanders were willing to employ to maintain discipline and fighting effectiveness. The final campaigns against Spartacus showcased Roman organizational advantages over even well-led irregular forces, as Crassus constructed massive fortification lines that confined the slave army to the southern tip of Italy. These siege works, extending across the entire width of the Bruttium Peninsula, required enormous labour and engineering expertise, but effectively eliminated Spartacus's mobility advantages while forcing a direct confrontation on Roman terms. The decisive battle in 71 BC resulted in the complete destruction of the slave army, with Spartacus himself dying in the fighting alongside thousands of his followers. The crucifixion of 6,000 captured slaves along the Appian Way from Rome to Capua served as a brutal warning against future rebellions, while demonstrating the lengths to which Roman authorities would go to maintain social order. The mass executions reflected not only punishment for the rebellion, but also elite fears about the potential for servile uprisings throughout the empire, where slave populations often outnumbered free citizens in agricultural regions. The spectacle of crucified bodies lining Rome's most important highway created lasting psychological impact that reinforced the terror necessary to maintain slave compliance. The return of both Pompey and Crassus to Italy in 71 BC created a political crisis, as both commanders possessed veteran armies and demanded consulships despite their failure to meet normal eligibility requirements. Pompey lacked the senatorial experience traditionally required for the consulship, while Crassus had not held the prerequisite praetorship. But their military successes and veteran followings made opposition politically dangerous. The Senate's reluctant agreement to waive constitutional requirements demonstrated how completely military achievement had superseded legal qualifications as the basis for political advancement. The joint consulship of Pompey and Crassus in 70 BC marked the systematic dismantling of Sulla's constitutional settlement, as the two commanders competed for popular support through dramatic reforms. The restoration of full tribunician powers reversed one of Sulla's most important restrictions on popular participation, while the transfer of jury courts from senators to mixed panels of senators, equites and tribunia aeraria distributed judicial authority more broadly. These changes reflected the commander's recognition that lasting political success required popular support that could only be maintained through continued concessions to citizen demands. The Lex Gabinia of 67 BC represented a revolutionary expansion of individual military authority that effectively suspended normal constitutional limitations on executive power. Faced with widespread piracy that disrupted Mediterranean commerce and threatened Rome's grain supply, the popular assembly granted Pompey unprecedented imperium, covering the entire Mediterranean basin, with authority over all provincial governors and unlimited resources for conducting anti-piracy operations. This extraordinary command concentrated more power in a single individual than any Roman had previously wielded, establishing dangerous precedents for future military appointments. Pompey's piracy campaign demonstrated the effectiveness of coordinated strategy and overwhelming resources when applied systematically across multiple theatres of operation. Rather than pursuing individual pirate bands through time-consuming naval chases, Pompey divided the Mediterranean into operational zones assigned to subordinate commanders who could coordinate their activities while preventing pirates from escaping from one area to another. The campaign's success within 3 months proved that Roman organisational capabilities could overcome even dispersed enemies when properly directed and adequately funded. The Lex Manilia of 66 BC extended Pompey's extraordinary authority to include command against Mithridates VI of Pontus, adding the wealthy provinces of Asia and Cilicia to his existing imperium, while providing access to the enormous financial resources of the eastern Mediterranean. This appointment violated the traditional principle that no individual should control multiple provinces simultaneously, but popular enthusiasm for Pompey's previous successes overcame constitutional objections. The concentration of eastern commands under single authority created an independent power base that rivaled the resources available to the Roman state itself. Pompey's eastern campaigns against Mithridates and his subsequent reorganization of the entire region established new standards for Roman imperial administration, while generating unprecedented wealth for both the state treasury and the commanding general's personal fortune. The final defeat of Mithridates ended a conflict that had plagued Roman eastern policy for decades, while Pompey's diplomatic settlements with various kingdoms and city-states created stable political arrangements that would endure for centuries. His establishment of new provinces and client relationships extended Roman influence throughout the eastern Mediterranean, while providing enormous tax revenues that funded future military operations. The wealth that flowed from Pompey's eastern conquests fundamentally altered Roman politics by providing successful commanders with resources that exceeded those available to traditional magistrates and even the state treasury itself. Pompey's personal fortune, estimated at over 70 million denarii, allowed him to fund massive public works projects, provide generous bonuses to veteran soldiers, and maintain extensive client networks throughout the Mediterranean world. This concentration of wealth in private hands created new forms of political competition, while undermining the collective decision-making processes that had characterized Republican governance. During Pompey's absence in the East, Gaius Julius Caesar had been building his own political career through the traditional cursus honorum, while developing the skills and connections that would eventually make him Rome's most successful politician and general. Born into an ancient patrician family that claimed descent from the goddess Venus and the Trojan hero Aeneas, Caesar possessed the social credentials necessary for political advancement while lacking the substantial personal wealth that had become essential for successful campaigns. His early career demonstrated exceptional abilities in oratory, legal advocacy, and political manipulation that compensated for his relatively modest financial resources. Caesar's quaestorship in Spain in 69 BC provided his first significant exposure to provincial administration and military command, while his aedileship in 65 BC established his reputation for magnificent public spectacles that won popular support despite enormous personal expense. The gladiatorial games and theatrical performances that Caesar sponsored during his aedileship far exceeded traditional standards for such events, requiring him to borrow substantial sums that created dangerous financial obligations to wealthy creditors. However, the political benefits of popular acclaim proved worth the financial risks, as Caesar's reputation for generosity and entertainment value made him a favourite among urban voters. Caesar's election to the pontificate in 63 BC demonstrated his growing political influence, while providing him with religious authority that would prove valuable throughout his career. The position of pontifex carried significant prestige and practical advantages, including knowledge of religious law, influence over the calendar, and the right to participate in important ceremonial functions. Caesar's victory over two more senior competitors for the position reflected his superior political organisation and popular appeal, while establishing him as a major figure in Roman religious and political life. The conspiracy of Catiline in 63 BC created opportunities for ambitious politicians to demonstrate their loyalty to the state while advancing their own careers through dramatic public service. Lucius Sergius Catilina, a desperate aristocrat facing financial ruin and political marginalisation, organised a revolutionary plot that aimed to overthrow the existing government through assassination and urban warfare. The conspiracy attracted support from debt-ridden senators, displaced veterans, and urban poor who saw violent revolution as their only hope for improving their circumstances. Marcus Tullius Cicero's consulship during the Catilinarian crisis established him as the Republic's most eloquent defender, while demonstrating the continued effectiveness of traditional political institutions when properly led. Cicero's speeches against Catiline, delivered in the Senate and popular assemblies, mobilized public opinion against the conspiracy while providing detailed evidence of the plotters' intentions and methods. The consul's success in exposing and defeating the conspiracy without resorting to military force proved that skilled political leadership could still triumph over revolutionary violence. The execution of Catiline's associates without trial created constitutional controversy that would haunt Cicero throughout his subsequent career, as the action violated fundamental legal protections for Roman citizens while establishing precedents for emergency measures against internal enemies. Caesar's opposition to the executions, arguing for life imprisonment rather than death sentences, demonstrated his commitment to legal procedures while positioning himself as a defender of citizen rights against arbitrary punishment. The debate over appropriate responses to the conspiracy revealed fundamental disagreements about the balance between security and liberty that would continue to divide Roman politicians. Caesar's praetorship in 62 BC and subsequent governorship of Further Spain provided him with the military experience and financial resources necessary for advancement to the consulship, while establishing his reputation as an effective administrator and successful general. His campaigns against Lusitanian tribes generated substantial plunder that allowed him to pay his debts while providing bonuses for his soldiers, creating the veteran loyalty that would prove crucial for his future career. The Spanish command also demonstrated Caesar's abilities as a military innovator, as he adapted Roman tactics to local conditions while incorporating auxiliary forces that enhanced his army's effectiveness. The return of Pompey from the east in 62 BC created expectations of dramatic political changes, but the great general's decision to disband his armies and seek ratification of his eastern settlements through normal legislative procedures surprised both supporters and opponents. Pompey's respect for constitutional tradition reflected his genuine commitment to republican institutions, but it also eliminated his primary source of political leverage, while allowing opponents to obstruct his requests through normal parliamentary procedures. The Senate's refusal to ratify Pompey's arrangements or provide land for his veterans demonstrated how completely traditional political processes had become paralysed by factional conflict. The formation of the so-called First Triumvirate in 60 BC represented a revolutionary development in Roman politics, as three of the Republic's most powerful individuals agreed to coordinate their activities in pursuit of mutual advantage while bypassing traditional institutional constraints. Caesar, Pompey and Crassus possessed complementary resources and objectives that made cooperation advantageous despite their personal rivalries and competing ambitions. Caesar needed financial support and political backing for his consular campaign. Pompey required legislative approval for his eastern settlements and veteran land grants, while Crassus sought profitable commands that would enhance his military reputation and provide opportunities for further enrichment. The secret nature of the triumviral alliance reflected the participants' recognition that their cooperation violated republican principles of open debate and collective decision-making, while concentrating power in private hands rather than public institutions. The three men carefully concealed their agreement while maintaining public pretenses of normal political competition, using intermediaries and coded communications to coordinate their activities without revealing the extent of their collaboration. This deception proved remarkably effective, as most contemporaries remained unaware of the alliance's existence until its effects became undeniable through subsequent political developments. Caesar's consulship in 59 BC demonstrated the triumvirate's ability to override constitutional opposition through a combination of popular support, financial resources, and organized intimidation that effectively eliminated senatorial influence over legislation. Caesar's colleague Marcus Bibulus attempted to obstruct triumviral measures through traditional means, including vetoes and religious objections, but found himself physically prevented from participating in public business through organized violence that confined him to his house for most of the year. The consulship became known as the consulship of Julius and Caesar, as Bibulus's name disappeared from public documents and popular consciousness. The land law that Caesar pushed through the popular assembly provided Pompey's veterans with the agricultural settlements they had been promised, while establishing a precedent for large-scale redistribution of public property to military colonists. The legislation created a permanent commission with broad authority to purchase private lands for redistribution, funded by revenues from Pompey's eastern conquests and future tax collections from newly organised provinces. This programme addressed immediate political needs while creating new constituencies of beneficiaries whose prosperity depended on continued triumviral success. Caesar's Gallic commands, secured through the Lex Vatinia, provided him with the opportunity to build personal military reputation and financial resources that would make him competitive with his triumviral partners while extending Roman power into previously unconquered territories. The grant of Cisalpine Gaul and Illyricum for 5 years, later extended to include Transalpine Gaul, gave Caesar access to wealthy provinces and opportunities for military glory that could establish him as Rome's premier general. The extended duration of the command violated traditional limitations on provincial appointments, while providing Caesar with the time necessary to conduct major campaigns and build veteran loyalty. The assassination of Julius Caesar on the Ides of March, 44 BC, created an immediate power vacuum that threatened to plunge Rome into another devastating civil war. The conspirators, led by Marcus Junius Brutus and Gaius Cassius Longinus, had eliminated the Republic's most powerful individual, but possessed no coherent plan for governing the empire Caesar had left behind. Their naive assumption that removing the dictator would automatically restore traditional republican government ignored the fundamental changes that decades of civil conflict had wrought in Roman society and politics. The urban plebs, who had benefited substantially from Caesar's populist policies, mourned their patron's death and demanded vengeance against his killers, while Caesar's veterans throughout Italy and the provinces remained loyal to their deceased commander's memory and expected his political heirs to honour promises of land grants and bonuses. Marcus Antonius, Caesar's most trusted lieutenant and fellow consul, initially appeared positioned to inherit the dictator's political legacy through his control of government machinery and access to public funds. Antony possessed considerable military experience from campaigns in Gaul and Egypt, maintained strong relationships with Caesar's veteran soldiers, and commanded the loyalty of urban masses who remembered his stirring funeral oration that had turned public opinion decisively against the assassins. His consulship provided legal authority for implementing policy changes, while his possession of Caesar's private papers and personal treasury gave him resources for rewarding supporters and funding military operations. However, the reading of Caesar's will revealed an unexpected complication that would fundamentally alter the post-assassination political landscape. The dictator had adopted his 18-year-old grandnephew Gaius Octavius as his son and principal heir, bequeathing to him not only enormous personal wealth, but also the politically invaluable name Caesar that commanded instant recognition and loyalty throughout the Roman world. The young man, who had become known to history as Augustus, possessed no military experience and minimal political connections, but his legal status as Caesar's son provided him with claims to leadership that Antony could not ignore or easily dismiss. Octavian's arrival in Rome from his studies in Apollonia demonstrated remarkable political sophistication for someone barely out of adolescence. Rather than deferring to Antony's seniority and experience, the young heir immediately began asserting his rights as Caesar's son, while building independent political support among groups that had benefited from the dictator's policies. Octavian's adoption of the name Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus signalled his determination to claim his predecessor's full political inheritance, while his public promise to honour all of Caesar's commitments to veterans and citizens established him as a credible alternative to Antony's leadership. The competition between Antony and Octavian for Caesar's political legacy created opportunities for other ambitious politicians to advance their own interests while playing the two rivals against each other. Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, Caesar's master of horse and governor of Narbonese Gaul and nearer Spain, controlled substantial military forces that made him a valuable potential ally for either faction. Lepidus had demonstrated loyalty to Caesar during the dictatorship while maintaining good relationships with traditional senators who hoped to restore some semblance of republican government under more moderate leadership. The Senate, dominated by politicians who had opposed Caesar but lacked the courage to support his assassination openly, attempted to exploit the divisions among Caesar's heirs while gradually restoring traditional aristocratic authority. Led by the elderly Cicero, who emerged from political retirement to deliver his famous Philippic orations against Antony, the senators sought to use Octavian as a weapon against his more experienced rival while maintaining ultimate control over both young men. This strategy reflected fundamental misunderstanding of the political dynamics that Caesar's death had created, as neither Antony nor Octavian possessed any genuine commitment to republican restoration. Cicero's Philippics, modelled on Demosthenes' speeches against Philip of Macedon, represented some of the finest oratory in Latin literature, while demonstrating the continued power of eloquent rhetoric to shape public opinion and political debate. The aging consul's attacks on Antony's character, policies and associations provided detailed evidence of the consul's alleged corruption and incompetence, while positioning the Senate as the legitimate guardian of Roman constitutional traditions. However, Cicero's speeches also revealed the depth of personal hatred that had developed between former political allies, as the orator's invective exceeded the bounds of normal political discourse and made future reconciliation virtually impossible. The outbreak of the Mutina War in 43 BC marked the first military confrontation between Caesar's political heirs and demonstrated the continuing instability that plagued Roman politics despite the dictator's death. Antony's attempt to seize control of Cisalpine Gaul from Decimus Brutus, one of Caesar's assassins who had been granted the province under arrangements made before the Ides of March, created a constitutional crisis that forced other political leaders to choose sides in what amounted to renewed civil war. The Senate's decision to support Decimus Brutus against Antony reflected their desperation to prevent any single individual from accumulating the type of power that Caesar had wielded. The military campaigns around Mutina showcased the tactical skills and strategic limitations of the various commanders while revealing the complex loyalties that influenced soldier behaviour during civil conflicts. Antony's forces consisted primarily of Caesar's veterans, who remained personally loyal to their deceased commander's memory, but were uncertain about supporting his lieutenant against other Caesarian leaders. The senatorial armies included both new recruits and experienced soldiers who had served under various commanders, creating units with divided loyalties and uncertain reliability in combat against fellow Romans. Octavian's participation in the Mutina campaign as a properator demonstrated his growing military capabilities while providing him with combat experience and veteran loyalty that would prove crucial for his future career. Despite his youth and inexperience, Octavian proved capable of inspiring troops and coordinating complex military operations, while his generous distribution of bonuses and promises of future rewards created strong personal bonds with his soldiers. The death of both consuls during the fighting eliminated potential rivals, while leaving Octavian as the senior commander of the victorious senatorial forces. The formation of the Second Triumvirate in November 43 BZ represented a cynical abandonment of republican principles by three ambitious politicians who recognized that cooperation served their interests better than continued conflict. Unlike the secret alliance that had bound Caesar, Pompey and Crassus, the new triumvirate received formal legal recognition through the Lex Titiae, which granted Antony, Octavian and Lepidus extraordinary powers for restoring the Republic over a 5-year period. This legislation effectively suspended normal constitutional government while providing the triumvirs with unlimited authority to conduct military operations, redistribute property, and eliminate political opponents. The proscription lists that the triumvirs published immediately after their alliance demonstrated their willingness to employ systematic terror as a tool of political control, while generating the financial resources necessary for rewarding supporters and funding military operations. Unlike Sulla's earlier proscriptions, which had targeted primarily political enemies, the triumviral death lists included wealthy individuals whose only crime was possessing property that the triumvirs coveted for their own purposes. The inclusion of Cicero's name on the proscription lists reflected Antony's personal hatred for the orator who had attacked him so viciously, while also eliminating the Republic's most eloquent defender and experienced political leader. The murder of Cicero by centurions seeking the bounty on his head symbolized the complete breakdown of civilized political discourse and the triumph of naked force over legal procedures and constitutional traditions. The great orator's severed head and hands were displayed on the rostra where he had delivered his greatest speeches, while Antony's wife, Fulvia, allegedly stabbed the tongue that had spoken so eloquently against her husband with her hairpins. These gruesome details, whether historically accurate or legendary embellishments, captured the personal nature of political hatred that had replaced the collegial competition of earlier republican politics. The systematic confiscation of property from proscribed individuals and entire communities provided the triumvirs with enormous resources for maintaining their armies and implementing their political programs. 18 Italian cities lost their territories to provide land grants for veteran soldiers, displacing thousands of farmers and their families while creating new constituencies of military colonists whose prosperity depended on triumviral success. These land redistributions, conducted with minimal regard for existing legal rights or local conditions, generated widespread resentment among dispossessed property owners while demonstrating the triumvirs' commitment to rewarding military service above all other considerations. The Philippi campaign of 42 BC eliminated the last organised republican opposition while establishing the triumvirs' complete control over the Roman world through decisive military victory over Caesar's assassins. Brutus and Cassius had spent 2 years building substantial armies in the eastern provinces, recruiting legions from Roman garrisons and allied kingdoms while accumulating the financial resources necessary for sustained military operations. Their forces included experienced soldiers who had served under various commanders, supplemented by auxiliary troops from client states that remained nominally independent but were effectively controlled by Roman governors. The battlefield at Philippi, located on the Via Egnatia in Macedonia, provided terrain that favoured defensive tactics while allowing both armies to deploy their full strength in conventional formations. The Republican forces occupied strong positions on elevated ground that protected their flanks while providing clear fields of fire for their artillery engines and missile troops. Brutus and Cassius had learned from previous civil war experiences, implementing careful security measures and maintaining disciplined formations that avoided the tactical errors that had doomed earlier opponents of triumviral forces. The two battles fought at Philippi within 20 days demonstrated the tactical evolution that had occurred in Roman military practice during decades of civil warfare. Both sides employed similar equipment, training, and organisational structures, making victory dependent on superior leadership, soldier morale, and tactical innovation rather than technological advantages. The first battle saw Brutus defeating Octavian's forces while Antony simultaneously crushed Cassius's army, creating a tactical stalemate that required a second engagement to determine the campaign's outcome. The decisive second battle resulted from Antony's superior understanding of soldier psychology and his ability to maintain unit cohesion during complex tactical manoeuvres. While Brutus possessed theoretical military knowledge and personal courage, he lacked the practical experience with large-scale operations that Antony had gained during years of service under Caesar. The Republican commander's suicide following his defeat eliminated the last credible alternative to triumviral rule, while providing Antony with enormous prestige as the victor over Caesar's principal assassin. The division of the Roman world that followed the Philippi victory reflected the triumvir's recognition that their alliance remained fundamentally unstable and required geographical separation to prevent immediate conflict. Antony received the wealthy eastern provinces where he could pursue his ambitions for military glory against Parthia, while enjoying the luxurious lifestyle that appealed to his personal tastes. Octavian obtained the more challenging western territories, including Italy, where he would face the difficult task of settling veterans and managing the political complexities of the homeland. Lepidus received Africa, a relatively minor assignment that reflected his junior status within the triumvirate. Antony's Eastern Command provided him with access to the enormous wealth and military resources of the Hellenistic kingdoms, while positioning him to pursue the Parthian campaigns that had been Caesar's next major objective before his assassination. The eastern provinces generated substantial tax revenues that could fund military operations, while the region's Greek cities and royal courts offered the sophisticated cultural environment that appealed to Antony's intellectual interests and social preferences. His relationship with Cleopatra VII of Egypt, which began during this period, combined personal attraction with practical political advantages that strengthened his position throughout the eastern Mediterranean. Cleopatra's alliance with Antony represented a calculated political decision by the Egyptian queen to secure her kingdom's independence while gaining access to Roman military protection against potential rivals and internal threats. The last Ptolemaic ruler possessed exceptional intelligence, linguistic abilities, and diplomatic skills that she had demonstrated during her earlier relationship with Julius Caesar. Her control over Egypt's vast agricultural wealth and strategic position, controlling eastern Mediterranean trade routes, made her a valuable ally for any Roman commander seeking to establish independent power in the region. The cultural and political significance of Antony's relationship with Cleopatra extended far beyond personal romance to encompass fundamental questions about Roman identity and the Republic's future development. Antony's adoption of Hellenistic royal customs, including elaborate court ceremonies and divine honours, violated traditional Roman values while suggesting that he intended to establish a monarchical system modelled on Eastern precedents rather than restoring republican government. His public acknowledgement of children by Cleopatra and his grants of territories to these offspring created dynastical arrangements that threatened Roman constitutional principles. Meanwhile, Octavian faced the enormous challenge of implementing the triumviral land redistribution program, while maintaining political stability in Italy and managing the complex relationships with surviving Republican senators. The settlement of over 100,000 veterans required confiscating property from existing landowners, creating widespread resentment and occasional armed resistance that threatened to destabilize the entire peninsula. Octavian's success in managing these difficulties while building personal loyalty among both veterans and dispossessed civilians demonstrated political skills that surpassed those of his more experienced triumviral colleagues. The Perusine War of 40 BC tested Octavian's military capabilities while revealing the extent of opposition to triumviral policies among Italian communities and displaced aristocratic families. Lucius Antonius, Mark Antony's brother and consul for 41 BC, organised resistance to Octavian's land confiscations, while claiming to represent his brother's interests against their younger colleagues' alleged violations of triumviral agreements. The conflict attracted support from senators who had lost property during the proscriptions and from Italian municipalities that faced territorial confiscations for veteran settlements. The siege of Perugia demonstrated Octavian's growing expertise in military engineering and siege warfare, as his forces constructed elaborate circumvallation works that effectively isolated the city while preventing relief expeditions from reaching the defenders. The systematic starvation of Perugia's population, including civilian non-combatants who had played no role in the political conflict, reveal the ruthless methods that Octavian was prepared to employ against opponents. His execution of prominent prisoners after the city's surrender, allegedly accompanied by human sacrifices at Caesar's tomb, demonstrated his willingness to use terror as a political weapon. The renewal of the triumvirate in 37 BC through the Treaty of Tarentum reflected the continuing need for cooperation between Antony and Octavian, despite their growing personal and political differences. Both leaders possessed substantial military forces and territorial resources that made direct confrontation potentially catastrophic for both sides. While external threats from Sextus Pompey's naval forces and Parthian military pressure required coordinated responses that neither triumvir could manage independently. The agreement extended their extraordinary powers for an additional 5 years, while redistributing territorial assignments to reflect changing strategic priorities. Sextus Pompey's control of Sicily and his disruption of Rome's grain supply created a serious threat to Octavian's position, while demonstrating the continuing appeal of the Pompeian name among Romans who opposed triumviral rule. The younger Pompey had inherited his father's naval expertise and popular following, while avoiding direct involvement in the civil conflicts that had eliminated other Republican leaders. His ability to intercept grain ships travelling from Egypt and Africa to Rome created food shortages that generated urban unrest and challenged Octavian's competence as a leader. The naval campaigns against Sextus Pompey tested Roman shipbuilding technology and maritime tactics, while providing Octavian with the military experience necessary for his eventual confrontation with Antony. Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa, Octavian's most trusted lieutenant and closest friend, demonstrated exceptional abilities as a naval commander while developing innovative ship designs and tactical formations that proved superior to traditional Roman naval practices. The construction of the Portus Julius, an artificial harbour complex connecting Lake Avernus with the sea, provided secure training facilities for inexperienced crews while showcasing Roman engineering capabilities. The Battle of Naulochus in 36 BC marked the decisive defeat of Sextus Pompey's naval forces and established Octavian's control over the central Mediterranean while eliminating the last significant opposition to triumviral authority. Agrippa's tactical innovations, including the use of the harpax, allowed Roman ships to engage enemy vessels more effectively while minimizing the risks associated with ramming attacks. The victory provided Octavian with enormous prestige, while demonstrating his ability to defeat opponents who had successfully resisted Roman power for extended periods. The elimination of Lepidus from the triumvirate following his attempted seizure of Sicily revealed Octavian's growing political sophistication and his willingness to exploit opportunities for consolidating power. When Lepidus attempted to claim Sicily as his reward for participating in the campaign against Sextus Pompey, Octavian convinced the African governor's own troops to abandon their commander in exchange for bonuses and promises of favourable treatment. This bloodless coup eliminated Octavian's weakest triumviral colleague, while providing him with additional military forces and territorial resources. Antony's Parthian campaigns during this period demonstrated both his military capabilities and the strategic limitations that would ultimately contribute to his downfall. The expedition that began in 36 BC represented the largest Roman army ever assembled for eastern operations, consisting of over 100,000 infantry and cavalry supported by sophisticated siege equipment and substantial logistical resources. Antony's strategic plan called for coordinating attacks by Roman forces advancing from Syria with Armenian allies, striking from the north, potentially crushing Parthian resistance through simultaneous pressure on multiple fronts. However, the Parthian campaign revealed fundamental weaknesses in Antony's strategic planning and his understanding of the logistical challenges involved in large-scale operations in unfamiliar territory. The Parthian military system, based on highly mobile cavalry forces that avoided direct confrontation while conducting devastating hit-and-run attacks, proved ideally suited for defence against conventional Roman infantry formations. Parthian horse archers could inflict substantial casualties on Roman columns while remaining beyond the range of Roman weapons, forcing Antony's forces to advance through hostile territory without achieving decisive tactical victories. The siege of Phraspa, the Parthian capital, demonstrated the limitations of Roman siege warfare when conducted far from secure supply bases and against enemies who possessed superior mobility and local knowledge. Antony's forces succeeded in investing the city and constructing elaborate siege works, but Parthian relief armies repeatedly attacked Roman supply lines while avoiding direct confrontation with the main army. The prolonged siege exhausted Roman resources while failing to achieve its primary objective, forcing Antony to abandon the campaign and conduct a costly withdrawal through Armenian territory. The retreat from Parthia cost Antony approximately one-third of his original army while damaging his military reputation and undermining his political position throughout the eastern Mediterranean. The loss of experienced soldiers and officers eliminated many of the veterans who had provided the core of Antony's military strength, while the failure to achieve significant victories against Rome's traditional eastern enemy suggested that he lacked the strategic capabilities necessary for major independent commands. The campaign's enormous cost in men and resources also strained the financial resources of the eastern provinces, while failing to generate the plunder and tribute that had been expected to fund future operations. Antony's increasing reliance on Cleopatra's financial support and Egyptian military resources created additional political vulnerabilities that Octavian would eventually exploit in his propaganda campaign against his triumviral colleague. The Egyptian queen's presence at Antony's military headquarters and her influence over strategic decisions violated traditional Roman expectations about the proper relationship between Roman commanders and foreign rulers. Antony's grants of Roman territories to Cleopatra and their children, including Cyprus, Cyrenaica, and portions of Syria, appeared to subordinate Roman interests to those of a foreign monarchy. The propaganda war that preceded the final confrontation between Antony and Octavian demonstrated the importance of public opinion and political legitimacy in determining the outcome of civil conflicts. Octavian's supporters portrayed their leader as the defender of traditional Roman values against Eastern decadence and foreign influence, while presenting Antony as a traitor who had abandoned his Roman identity in favour of Oriental luxury and monarchical ambitions. This campaign proved remarkably effective in Italy, where citizens were already suspicious of Eastern influences and concerned about the potential establishment of a foreign-dominated monarchy. The formal declaration of war against Cleopatra in 32 BC provided Octavian with legal justification for military action, while avoiding the constitutional complications that would have resulted from direct warfare against a fellow Roman magistrate. By targeting the Egyptian queen rather than Antony personally, Octavian could claim to be defending Roman interests against foreign aggression, while positioning himself as the legitimate representative of Roman authority. This legal fiction allowed senators and other political leaders to support Octavian without explicitly endorsing civil war between Roman citizens. The military preparations for the Actium campaign demonstrated the enormous resources that both sides could mobilize for what would become the decisive confrontation of the late Republican period. Octavian's forces included approximately 80,000 infantry and 12,000 cavalry, drawn primarily from veteran legions that had served in the campaigns against Sextus Pompey and in various pacification operations throughout the western provinces. Antony commanded slightly larger numbers, but his army included substantial contingents of eastern auxiliary troops whose loyalty and effectiveness in combat against fellow Romans remained questionable. The naval forces assembled for the Actium campaign represented the largest fleets ever deployed in Mediterranean warfare, with both sides constructing massive ships designed to serve as floating fortresses rather than the more maneuverable vessels that had characterized earlier naval conflicts. Antony's ships, built in Egyptian and Eastern shipyards, emphasized size and defensive capabilities, carrying large numbers of marines and artillery pieces while sacrificing speed and tactical flexibility. Octavian's fleet, constructed under Agrippa's supervision, achieved better balance between offensive capabilities and maneuverability, while incorporating lessons learned during the campaigns against Sextus Pompey. The death of Nero in 68 AD shattered the Julio-Claudian dynasty's century-long grip on imperial power, plunging Rome into its first major succession crisis since the establishment of the Principate. The emperor's suicide in a suburban villa outside Rome left no clear heir and no established mechanism for transferring power to a new ruling family. The Praetorian Guard, Senate, and provincial armies each possessed different ideas about who should rule the empire, while ambitious governors throughout the provinces recognized that military force rather than constitutional legitimacy would ultimately determine the next emperor. This power vacuum unleashed forces that had been contained since Augustus's settlement, revealing that the imperial system remained fundamentally dependent on the personal authority of individual rulers rather than institutional structures that could survive dynastic transitions. Servius Sulpicius Galba, the elderly governor of Hispania Tarraconensis, emerged as the first challenger to Nero's authority when he declared his allegiance to the Senate and Roman people in the spring of 68 AD. At 73 years old, Galba possessed an impeccable aristocratic pedigree and a distinguished record of military service spanning 4 decades, including successful campaigns in Gaul, Germany, and Africa that had earned him triumphal honours and widespread respect among traditional elites. His revolt initially attracted support from other provincial governors who shared his disgust with Nero's theatrical performances and alleged mismanagement of imperial finances, creating a coalition that seemed capable of restoring dignified leadership to the empire. However, Galba's march on Rome revealed the fundamental weakness of his position, as he commanded only a single legion and a few auxiliary cohorts against the substantial military forces that remained loyal to the Julio-Claudian house. His success depended entirely on the collapse of support for Nero, rather than his own military strength, making his position precarious from the moment he assumed imperial power. The new emperor's rigid adherence to traditional republican values and his refusal to distribute the generous bonuses that soldiers had come to expect from new rulers quickly alienated the very military forces whose support he needed to maintain power. The brief reign of Galba, lasting only 7 months, demonstrated the impossibility of returning to pre-imperial political arrangements, while highlighting the growing importance of provincial armies in determining imperial succession. Galba's attempts to restore fiscal discipline by cancelling Nero's extravagant expenditures and recovering funds distributed to favourites created powerful enemies among the urban population, Praetorian Guard, and senatorial class who had benefited from the previous emperor's generosity. His decision to adopt Lucius Calpurnius Piso as his heir without consulting the Praetorians or distributing customary donatives fatally undermined his relationship with the guards who controlled access to the imperial palace. Marcus Salvius Otho's coup against Galba in January 69 AD illustrated how easily determined conspirators could exploit the emperor's isolation and the Praetorian Guard's mercenary instincts. Otho, who had served as governor of Lusitania under Nero and harboured personal grievances against Galba for being passed over as heir, convinced a small group of Praetorian soldiers to assassinate the emperor in the Roman Forum during a public ceremony. The brutal murder of Galba and Piso, carried out in full view of horrified citizens, marked a new low in imperial dignity, while demonstrating that even the most distinguished aristocrats enjoyed no protection against organised violence backed by military force. Otho's accession to power coincided with the revolt of Aulus Vitellius, commander of the Rhine legions, creating the first direct military confrontation between rival claimants to imperial authority since the civil wars of the late Republic. Vitellius commanded the empire's most experienced and battle-hardened forces, consisting of 8 legions that had spent decades fighting Germanic tribes along the northern frontier. These soldiers possessed superior training, equipment and morale compared to the Praetorian cohorts and urban troops available to Otho, while their commanders had gained extensive experience in large-scale military operations against formidable enemies. The armies that marched toward Italy from the Rhine represented the finest military forces in the Roman world, with soldiers who had learned their craft through constant warfare against Germanic confederations that employed sophisticated tactics and possessed high-quality weapons. The legions included the 1st Germanica, 4th Macedonica, 15th Primigenia and 16th Gallica, units with distinguished combat records and strong internal cohesion developed through years of shared hardships on the frontier. Their auxiliary support included Germanic cavalry squadrons and Gallic infantry cohorts that provided specialised capabilities unavailable to forces based in Italy. Otho's military preparations revealed the weakness of Rome's internal defences and the empire's dangerous dependence on frontier armies for maintaining imperial security. The emperor could field only the 9 Praetorian cohorts, 4 urban cohorts, and a single legion stationed near Rome, supplemented by hastily recruited gladiators and naval personnel from the fleets at Misenum and Ravenna. These forces lacked the training and combat experience of the Rhine legions, while the commanders had spent their careers in ceremonial duties rather than active campaigning against dangerous enemies. The Battle of Bedriacum in April 69 AD demonstrated the decisive advantages that professional frontier armies possessed over the ceremonial forces traditionally stationed in Italy. Vitellius's legions deployed in the disciplined formations that had proven effective against Germanic warriors, using coordinated attacks by infantry and cavalry that overwhelmed Otho's less experienced troops. The Praetorian Guard, despite their elite status and superior equipment, proved unable to withstand the sustained pressure of veteran legionaries who had learned to fight as cohesive units rather than individual warriors seeking personal glory. Otho's suicide following his defeat at Bedriacum reflected both personal honour and practical recognition that continued resistance would only prolong civil warfare without offering realistic prospects for victory. The emperor's decision to take his own life rather than flee to the provinces or attempt to rally additional forces demonstrated the persistence of traditional Roman values even among rulers who had gained power through violence and treachery. His final letters to his nephew and supporters urged them to accept Vitellius's victory and work for the restoration of peace and stability throughout the empire. Vitellius's entry into Rome in July 69 AD marked the triumph of provincial military power over traditional political institutions, as the new emperor brought with him an army that treated the capital as conquered territory rather than the heart of their empire. The Rhine legion's behaviour in Rome shocked citizens accustomed to the disciplined conduct of the Praetorian Guard. As German and Gallic soldiers looted shops, assaulted civilians, and occupied public buildings while demanding payment for their role in placing Vitellius on the throne. The emperor's inability to control his own troops revealed the dangerous precedent that had been established when provincial armies became the arbiters of imperial succession. The new emperor's personal characteristics and governing style reflected the military culture of the Rhine frontier, rather than the sophisticated political traditions of Rome itself. Vitellius had spent most of his career as a competent but unremarkable military commander, lacking the administrative experience, cultural refinement, and political sophistication that previous emperors had brought to their positions. His fondness for elaborate banquets, gladiatorial spectacles, and other expensive entertainments quickly depleted the imperial treasury while failing to address the fundamental political and military challenges facing the empire. Meanwhile, in the eastern provinces, Titus Flavius Vespasianus was conducting the systematic reduction of rebel strongholds in Judea, demonstrating the methodical military approach that would characterize his later imperial administration. Vespasian had been appointed to command the war against the rebels in 67 AD, bringing to the task extensive experience gained during the conquest of Britain under Claudius, and subsequent service in various provincial commands. His approach to the rebellion emphasized careful preparation, thorough intelligence gathering, and the systematic elimination of enemy capabilities, rather than the dramatic gestures and rapid campaigns that appealed to more flamboyant commanders. The siege warfare techniques that Vespasian employed against fortified cities throughout Judea showcased Roman engineering capabilities while demonstrating his understanding of the psychological as well as military dimensions of counterinsurgency operations. His forces constructed elaborate circumvallation works around besieged cities, cutting off supplies and communications, while maintaining constant pressure on defenders through artillery, bombardment, and mining operations. These sieges often lasted for months, requiring careful coordination between engineering units, supply services, and combat forces that tested Roman organizational capabilities under challenging conditions. Vespasian's declaration as emperor by the Eastern legions in July 69 AD created a third claimant to imperial power, while demonstrating the growing political sophistication of provincial armies and their commanders. Unlike the hasty coups that had brought Otho and Vitellius to power, Vespasian's bid for imperial authority followed careful preparation and coordination with key supporters throughout the eastern Mediterranean. The governors of Syria and Egypt declared their support for Vespasian's cause, providing him with substantial military forces and control over the grain supply that fed Rome's population. The Flavian propaganda campaign that accompanied Vespasian's bid for power emphasized themes of military competence, administrative efficiency, and moral restoration that contrasted sharply with the chaos and corruption that had characterized the previous year's civil conflicts. Vespasian's supporters portrayed him as a practical soldier administrator who could restore stability and effective governance to an empire traumatized by rapid succession of incompetent rulers. His humble origins and lack of aristocratic pretensions appealed to provincial populations and military units that had grown weary of the dynastic conflicts and theatrical excesses associated with the Julio-Claudian house. The speed with which Eastern and Danubian legions declared for Vespasian revealed the extent of dissatisfaction with Vitellius's rule, while demonstrating the empire's fundamental unity despite the political chaos in Rome itself. The legions stationed in Moesia, Pannonia, and Dalmatia possessed recent combat experience against Sarmatian and Dacian raiders, giving them confidence in their ability to defeat the Rhine forces that supported Vitellius. Their commanders recognized that Vespasian offered better prospects for stable leadership and career advancement than the increasingly erratic emperor in Rome. Marcus Antonius Primus emerged as the most aggressive and effective of Vespasian's generals, leading the Danubian legions in a rapid advance toward Italy that caught Vitellius's supporters unprepared for serious military resistance. Primus commanded the 7th Galbiana Legion, a unit with strong morale and recent combat experience, supplemented by detachments from other Danubian forces that brought the total Flavian army to approximately 50,000 men. These troops possessed advantages in mobility and motivation over the Rhine legions, many of whom had grown comfortable with garrison duty in Rome and showed little enthusiasm for renewed campaigning. The Second Battle of Bedriacum in October 69 AD proved decisive in determining the civil war's outcome, as Flavian forces demonstrated superior tactical coordination and battlefield leadership against Vitellius's larger but less motivated army. Primus deployed his legions in carefully prepared positions that maximised their defensive advantages while providing opportunities for counterattacks against exposed enemy formations. The battle's outcome reflected not only tactical superiority, but also the morale advantages that Flavian forces enjoyed as representatives of a cause that promised competent leadership and imperial stability. The siege and capture of Rome in December 69 AD mark the violent climax of the Year of the Four Emperors, while demonstrating the capital's vulnerability to determined military assault. Vitellius's supporters made their final stand on the Capitoline Hill, where fierce fighting destroyed much of the ancient temple complex, including the venerable temple of Jupiter, Optimus Maximus, that had symbolized Roman religious and political continuity for centuries. The destruction of this sacred site shocked contemporaries and seemed to confirm that the civil wars had fundamentally damaged the empire's spiritual as well as political foundations. Vespasian's eventual arrival in Rome in 70 AD initiated a comprehensive program of imperial restoration that addressed both the immediate damage caused by civil warfare and the underlying institutional weaknesses that had made such conflicts possible. The new emperor's approach combined practical administrative reforms with symbolic gestures designed to restore public confidence in imperial government while establishing the legitimacy of his new dynasty. His decision to rebuild the destroyed Capitoline Temple demonstrated his commitment to traditional religious values, while his systematic reorganization of imperial finances showed his determination to address the fiscal irresponsibility that had characterized previous reigns. The construction of the Flavian Amphitheatre, better known as the Colosseum, represented the most visible symbol of Vespasian's restoration program, while demonstrating the new dynasty's commitment to providing spectacular entertainment for Rome's population. The massive structure, built on the site of Nero's private lake within the Golden House complex, symbolically reclaimed public space that the previous emperor had appropriated for personal use. The amphitheatre's innovative design incorporated advanced engineering techniques that allowed for rapid flooding and draining of the arena floor, complex systems of elevators and trapdoors for moving animals and gladiators, and sophisticated crowd control measures that could accommodate over 50,000 spectators. The Colosseum's construction required unprecedented coordination between multiple engineering disciplines, as architects worked with hydraulic engineers, metal workers and logistics specialists to create a structure that combined functionality with impressive visual impact. The building's exterior featured 3 stories of arcaded galleries topped by a 4th story, containing the mechanisms for operating the velarium, a massive awning system that could protect spectators from sun and rain. The underground chambers beneath the arena floor housed elaborate machinery for staging complex spectacles, including elevators powered by counterweights that could lift wild animals directly onto the arena floor through concealed trapdoors. Vespasian's public works program extended far beyond the Colosseum to include comprehensive urban planning initiatives that addressed Rome's chronic problems with traffic congestion, inadequate housing, and insufficient public facilities. The emperor initiated construction of new forums, baths, and temples, while improving the city's water supply through repairs to existing aqueducts and construction of additional distribution networks. These projects provided employment for thousands of workers while demonstrating the new government's commitment to improving living conditions for ordinary citizens, rather than simply enriching elite supporters. The Flavian approach to imperial propaganda emphasized practical achievements and administrative competence, rather than the divine pretensions and theatrical gestures that had characterized the Julio-Claudian dynasty. Vespasian's public appearances stressed his accessibility and common sense. while official art and literature celebrated military victories and public works projects rather than the emperor's personal qualities or family connections. This shift in imperial presentation reflected both Vespasian's personal preferences and his recognition that the empire needed leaders who could demonstrate tangible accomplishments rather than simply claim inherited authority. Titus's brief reign following his father's death in 79 AD coincided with two major natural disasters that tested the new emperor's crisis management capabilities, while providing opportunities to demonstrate imperial concern for provincial populations. The eruption of Mount Vesuvius in August 79 AD buried the cities of Pompeii, Herculaneum, and Stabiae under layers of volcanic ash and pumice, killing thousands of residents who'd been unable to evacuate in time. The disaster struck without warning during the height of summer, when many wealthy Romans were residing in their villas along the Bay of Naples, making the catastrophe particularly shocking to elite opinion in the capital. The imperial response to the Vesuvius eruption demonstrated the administrative capabilities that the Flavian dynasty had developed, while revealing the practical limitations of ancient disaster relief efforts. Titus personally travelled to the affected region to coordinate rescue operations and distribute emergency supplies, while imperial officials organised evacuation efforts for survivors and began planning for the reconstruction of damaged communities. However, the scale of destruction exceeded the government's capacity for effective response, as entire cities had been obliterated and the surrounding agricultural land rendered unusable for years to come. The preservation of Pompeii and Herculaneum under volcanic ash created an unintended archaeological treasure that would provide future generations with unprecedented insights into daily life in a Roman provincial city. The rapid burial of these communities preserved organic materials, building structures, and human remains that normally would have decayed over time, creating a snapshot of Roman urban life frozen at a specific moment. The victims' final moments were captured in volcanic ash that hardened around their bodies, preserving their postures and expressions in death, while providing poignant testimony to the disaster's human cost. The Great Fire that swept through Rome in 80 AD created additional challenges for Titus's administration, while providing opportunities to demonstrate imperial generosity and effective crisis management. The fire, which burned for several days and destroyed large sections of the city, including portions of the Campus Martius, and several important temples, required massive relief efforts that strained imperial resources already committed to Vesuvius recovery operations. Titus responded by opening his own palaces to house displaced citizens, while organising reconstruction efforts that would continue under his successor. Titus's death after barely 2 years of rule created succession anxieties that were quickly resolved by the smooth transition to his younger brother Domitian, demonstrating that the Flavian dynasty had successfully established institutional mechanisms for transferring power within the imperial family. Unlike the chaos that had followed Nero's death, Domitian's accession proceeded without opposition from the Praetorian Guard, Senate, or provincial armies, suggesting that the empire had developed greater stability during the previous decade. The new emperor's immediate assumption of full imperial powers, including command of the armies and control over provincial appointments, showed that the Principate had evolved into a more clearly defined monarchical system. Domitian's governing style represented a significant departure from his father's and brother's emphasis on consultation and consensus building with traditional elites. The new emperor displayed autocratic tendencies that alienated senatorial opinion, while implementing administrative reforms that increased imperial control over provincial governance and military operations. His insistence on being addressed as Dominus et Deus violated traditional Roman sensibilities about the proper relationship between rulers and citizens, while his expansion of the imperial bureaucracy reduced senatorial influence over policy implementation. The emperor's military campaigns along the Rhine and Danube frontiers demonstrated both his personal courage and strategic understanding, while revealing the continuing pressures that barbarian peoples exerted on Roman territorial boundaries. Domitian personally led expeditions against the Chatti, a Germanic confederation that had been conducting raids into Roman territory, achieving tactical successes that secured the frontier while providing him with military credibility among the legions. His construction of fortified lines and road networks in Germany created more effective defensive systems while facilitating rapid deployment of reinforcements during future crises. The Dacian Wars that dominated much of Domitian's reign represented the most serious external threat that Rome had faced since the Germanic invasions during the late Republic, as King Decebalus had united the Dacian tribes and created a powerful kingdom that challenged Roman control over the lower Danube region. The Dacians possessed advanced metallurgical skills that enabled them to produce high-quality weapons and armour, while their fortified settlements in the Carpathian Mountains provided secure bases for launching raids into Roman territory. The military organisation combined traditional tribal warfare methods with tactical innovations learned through contact with Roman forces, creating enemies who could meet legionary formations on relatively equal terms. The Roman military response to the Dacian threat required substantial reinforcements and innovative tactical approaches that tested imperial military capabilities while providing Domitian with opportunities to demonstrate his strategic leadership. The emperor personally commanded several campaigns that achieved mixed results, winning tactical victories while failing to eliminate the fundamental threat that Dacian power posed to Roman interests in the region. The eventual peace treaty, negotiated with Decebalus, provided temporary stability while acknowledging Dacian independence and agreeing to pay subsidies that critics viewed as tribute to a barbarian king. Domitian's domestic policies reflected his determination to strengthen imperial authority while addressing social and economic problems that had developed during previous reigns. His building programs continued the Flavian tradition of monumental construction while emphasizing projects that enhanced imperial prestige rather than simply providing public amenities. The completion of the Colosseum and the construction of a new palace complex on the Palatine Hill demonstrated the dynasty's wealth and architectural ambitions, while new temples and public buildings throughout the empire reinforced imperial authority in provincial communities. The emperor's moral legislation attempted to restore traditional Roman values through legal restrictions on behavior that he considered inappropriate for citizens of a well-ordered state. Laws regulating marriage, limiting luxury expenditures, and controlling public entertainment reflected Domitian's belief that imperial authority should extend into private life as well as public affairs. These measures proved unpopular with many citizens who viewed them as excessive interference in personal matters, while their enforcement required expanded surveillance activities that increased tensions between the government and various social groups. The growing opposition to Domitian's authoritarian rule culminated in the conspiracy that led to his assassination in 96 AD, demonstrating that even the most security-conscious emperors remained vulnerable to determined opponents with access to the imperial household. The plot involved court officials, praetorian officers, and senators who had concluded that the emperor's policies threatened their interests and traditional Roman values. The assassination, carried out by the emperor's own freedmen and guards, showed that personal loyalty could not guarantee imperial security when political grievances reached sufficient intensity. The assassination of Domitian created an immediate succession crisis that threatened to plunge Rome into another period of civil warfare, but the swift action of influential senators and praetorian commanders prevented the chaos that had followed previous imperial deaths. Marcus Curseius Nerva, a respected 66-year-old senator with extensive administrative experience but no military background, emerged as a compromise candidate who could bridge the gap between the deceased emperor's supporters and his opponents. Nerva's selection represented a deliberate rejection of dynastic succession in favour of merit-based leadership, establishing a precedent that would characterise imperial transitions for the next century and create what historians would later recognise as Rome's golden age of governance and territorial expansion. Nerva's brief reign of 16 months focused primarily on healing the political wounds created by Domitian's authoritarian policies, while establishing mechanisms for peaceful succession that would prevent future civil conflicts. The new emperor immediately recalled political exiles, released prisoners held on treason charges, and restored confiscated property to families that had suffered under his predecessor's purges. These conciliatory measures won support from senatorial families, while demonstrating that the imperial system could function without relying on systematic terror to maintain political control. However, Nerva's lack of military experience and advanced age created concerns about his ability to command the legion's loyalty during external crises or internal challenges. The Praetorian Guard's revolt in October 97 AD revealed the continuing importance of military support for imperial legitimacy, as the Guards demanded the execution of Domitian's assassins and threatened to remove Nerva if he failed to satisfy their demands for justice. The emperor's inability to resist these demands demonstrated his political weakness, while highlighting the need for a successor with stronger military credentials who could command the respect of professional soldiers. Nerva's decision to adopt Marcus Ulpius Traianus as his heir and co-emperor represented a masterstroke of political calculation that combined the adoptive principle with practical recognition of military realities. Trajan's adoption marked the beginning of a new approach to imperial succession that emphasized competence and proven ability rather than blood relationships or political connections. The Spanish-born general commanded the powerful Rhine legions and possessed extensive combat experience against Germanic tribes, making him an ideal candidate to restore military confidence in imperial leadership. His provincial origins demonstrated that the empire had evolved beyond the narrow aristocratic circles that had previously monopolized political power, while his successful military record provided assurance that he could defend Roman interests against external threats. The smooth transition to Trajan's rule following Nerva's death in January 98 AD validated the adoptive succession principle, while inaugurating the most aggressive period of territorial expansion since the early Principate. Trajan's personality combined traditional Roman military virtues with an intellectual curiosity and administrative competence that enabled him to manage the complex challenges of governing a vast empire while conducting major military campaigns. His accessibility to ordinary citizens and soldiers contrasted sharply with the remote autocracy that had characterized Domitian's later years, creating a more collaborative relationship between emperor and subjects that enhanced governmental effectiveness. The Dacian Wars that dominated the first decade of Trajan's reign represented the culmination of tensions that had been building along the Danube frontier for over 2 decades. King Decebalus had used the tribute payments agreed to under Domitian's treaty to strengthen his military forces and fortify strategic positions throughout the Carpathian Mountains, creating a powerful kingdom that posed an existential threat to Roman control over the Balkans. The Dacian ruler's diplomatic contacts with other barbarian peoples, including the Sarmatians and Germanic tribes, suggested the possibility of a coordinated anti-Roman alliance that could overwhelm the empire's northern defences. Trajan's decision to resolve the Dacian threat through direct military action reflected both strategic necessity and personal ambition, as the emperor recognised that successful conquest would provide enormous wealth while establishing his reputation as a military leader, worthy of comparison with the Republic's greatest generals. The emperor's personal participation in the campaign planning and his presence with the armies during major operations demonstrated his commitment to active leadership rather than the delegated command style that had characterized previous imperial military ventures. His detailed knowledge of engineering techniques and siege warfare, gained through practical experience rather than theoretical study, proved invaluable during the complex operations required to reduce Dacian mountain strongholds. The First Dacian War, launched in 101 AD, showcased Roman military engineering capabilities while revealing the formidable defensive advantages that the Dacians possessed through their mountain terrain and fortified settlements. The campaign required construction of massive logistical infrastructure, including roads, bridges and supply depots that could support large armies operating far from their bases in hostile territory. The famous bridge across the Danube, designed by the architect Apollodorus of Damascus, demonstrated Roman engineering prowess while providing secure communications between the advance bases and reinforcement sources in the Balkans. Dacian military capabilities proved more formidable than Roman commanders had anticipated, as Decebalus had equipped his forces with high-quality iron weapons and armour that could match Roman equipment in effectiveness. The Dacians' curved swords, known as falces, could penetrate Roman armour and shields, while their knowledge of local terrain allowed them to conduct effective guerrilla operations against Roman supply lines and isolated detachments. Their fortified settlements, built on elevated positions with elaborate stone walls and defensive towers, required sophisticated siege techniques and substantial time investments to capture successfully. The siege of Sarmizegetusa, the Dacian capital, required innovative Roman engineering solutions to overcome the city's natural and artificial defences. The settlement occupied a mountain plateau surrounded by steep cliffs and protected by multiple walls constructed from massive stone blocks fitted together without mortar. Roman engineers diverted mountain streams to create water shortages within the city, while constructing elaborate siege ramps and artillery positions that allowed their forces to breach the defensive walls. The systematic destruction of Dacian water supplies and the capture of key defensive positions eventually forced the city's surrender, but the operation required months of sustained effort and demonstrated the high cost of mountain warfare against determined defenders. The wealth captured during the Dacian campaigns exceeded anything Rome had acquired since the eastern conquests of the late Republic, providing Trajan with enormous resources for public works projects and military expansion, while establishing new standards for imperial generosity towards citizens and soldiers. The Dacian gold mines, which had funded Decebalus's military preparations, now supplied the Roman treasury with precious metals that enabled unprecedented levels of government spending on infrastructure, entertainment, and social welfare programs. Conservative estimates suggest that the Dacian wars generated over £650,000 of gold and £1.3 million of silver, wealth that transformed imperial finances and enabled the massive building programs that characterized Trajan's reign. The establishment of Dacia as a Roman province required extensive colonization programs that transported thousands of settlers from throughout the empire to develop the region's agricultural and mineral resources. These colonists, drawn primarily from overcrowded areas of Italy and the eastern provinces, received land grants and tax incentives that encouraged permanent settlement while creating loyal populations that could defend the new province against future barbarian incursions. The construction of new cities, including Ulpia, Triana, Sarmizegetusa, built near the destroyed Dacian capital, demonstrated Roman commitment to transforming conquered territory into productive imperial assets, rather than simply extracting tribute from subject populations. The administrative integration of Dacia into the imperial system required innovative approaches to provincial governance that accommodated the region's unique geographical and cultural characteristics. The province's mountainous terrain and scattered population centres necessitated decentralized administrative structures that granted local communities substantial autonomy while maintaining overall imperial control. Roman officials worked with surviving Dacian elites who had accepted imperial authority, creating hybrid governmental systems that combined Roman legal principles with local customs and traditions. Trajan's eastern campaigns, launched in 113 AD, represented the most ambitious territorial expansion attempt since the early Principate, and demonstrated the emperor's determination to surpass the achievements of Alexander the Great and other legendary conquerors. The immediate pretext for war involved disputes over Armenian succession, but Trajan's broader strategic vision encompassed the conquest of Mesopotamia and potentially the establishment of Roman control over the Persian Gulf trade routes. These campaigns would test Roman military capabilities against the Parthian Empire, Rome's most sophisticated and dangerous eastern neighbour. The logistical preparations for the eastern campaigns required unprecedented coordination between multiple provinces and military commands, as Trajan assembled forces that eventually totalled over 150,000 soldiers supported by elaborate supply networks extending from the Danube to the Euphrates. The emperor's personal involvement in planning these operations reflected his understanding that successful conquest of Mesopotamia would require careful attention to supply lines, siege equipment, and coordination between different army groups operating across vast distances. The construction of new roads, bridges, and fortified supply depots throughout Syria and Cappadocia created infrastructure that would support Roman operations while demonstrating imperial commitment to the eastern campaigns. The Armenian phase of Trajan's eastern wars demonstrated Roman superiority in conventional warfare, while revealing the complex political dynamics that characterized the region's various kingdoms and tribal confederations. The emperor's forces quickly occupied the Armenian capital of Artaxata and established direct Roman administration over the kingdom, eliminating the client-ruler system that had previously governed Roman-Armenian relations. This annexation violated traditional diplomatic arrangements while providing Rome with strategic control over the crucial mountain passes that connected Anatolia with the Caucasus region. The advance into Mesopotamia showcased Roman engineering capabilities while testing imperial forces against the sophisticated defensive systems that the Parthians had developed over centuries of warfare against various enemies. The siege of Babylon required construction of elaborate circumvallation works and the deployment of advanced artillery engines that could breach the city's ancient but still formidable walls. The capture of this historic city, which had resisted numerous conquerors throughout its long history, provided enormous psychological impact while demonstrating Roman determination to establish permanent control over the region. Trajan's advance to the Persian Gulf represented the furthest eastern extension of Roman power in history, as imperial forces captured the port city of Charax and established naval operations in waters that no Roman fleet had previously entered. The emperor's personal presence at the Gulf shores, where he allegedly expressed regret that his advanced age prevented him from emulating Alexander's conquest in India, symbolized the pinnacle of Roman territorial ambition. However, the practical difficulties of maintaining control over such distant territories soon became apparent, as supply lines stretched beyond sustainable limits, and local populations organized resistance movements against Roman occupation. The Great Revolt that erupted throughout the eastern provinces in 115 AD revealed the fragility of Roman control over recently conquered territories, while demonstrating the empire's vulnerability to coordinated uprisings by subject populations. The rebellion began in Cyrenaica and quickly spread to Egypt, Cyprus, and Mesopotamia, as various ethnic and religious groups seized the opportunity created by Trajan's absence to challenge Roman authority. The scale and coordination of these uprisings suggested careful planning and communication between different rebel groups, indicating that Roman intelligence services had failed to detect the growing opposition to imperial rule. The suppression of these revolts required the diversion of substantial military resources from the Parthian campaigns, while revealing the brutal methods that Roman commanders were prepared to employ against civilian populations suspected of supporting rebellion. The destruction of entire cities and the massacre of their inhabitants, documented in contemporary sources, demonstrated the lengths to which imperial authorities would go to maintain control over strategic territories. These operations, conducted under the authority of generals like Marcius Turbo and Lucius Quietus, established precedents for collective punishment that would characterize Roman responses to future provincial unrest. The withdrawal from Mesopotamia that followed Trajan's death in 117 AD marked the end of Roman territorial expansion and the beginning of a more defensive imperial strategy, focused on consolidating existing boundaries rather than acquiring new provinces. Hadrian's decision to abandon most of Trajan's eastern conquests reflected practical recognition that the empire had reached the limits of sustainable expansion, as the costs of maintaining control over distant territories exceeded the benefits derived from their conquest. This strategic reorientation would characterize imperial policy for the remainder of the 2nd century and establish the territorial boundaries that would define the Roman Empire for the next 3 centuries. Hadrian's accession to imperial power demonstrated the continued effectiveness of the adoptive succession principle, while bringing to the throne an emperor whose intellectual interests and administrative talents would transform imperial governance and cultural development. The new emperor's extensive education in Greek literature, philosophy, and mathematics provided him with a broader cultural perspective than most of his predecessors, while his previous experience as a provincial governor and military commander had given him practical knowledge of the challenges facing imperial administration. His personality combined intellectual curiosity with meticulous attention to administrative detail, creating an approach to governance that emphasized systematic reform and cultural development rather than military conquest. The comprehensive tour of the provinces that occupied much of Hadrian's reign represented an unprecedented imperial commitment to understanding local conditions and addressing regional problems through direct personal involvement. Unlike previous emperors who had governed primarily from Rome through appointed representatives, Hadrian spent over half of his 21-year reign travelling throughout the empire, inspecting military installations, reviewing administrative procedures, and implementing reforms tailored to specific provincial needs. These journeys, documented in detail by contemporary sources, reveal the emperor's determination to transform the imperial system from a Roman-dominated hierarchy into a more genuinely cosmopolitan commonwealth. Hadrian's visit to Britain in 122 AD resulted in the most famous monument of his reign, the construction of the wall that bears his name and represents the most substantial frontier fortification ever built by Roman forces. The wall, stretching 73 miles across northern England from Wallsend on the River Tyne to Bowness on Solway, incorporated sophisticated defensive features including forts, mile castles and turrets that provided comprehensive coverage of the frontier zone. The construction project required approximately 15,000 soldiers working for 6 years, demonstrating the enormous resources that Hadrian was willing to commit to frontier defence rather than territorial expansion. The design and construction of Hadrian's Wall showcased Roman engineering capabilities while reflecting the emperor's personal involvement in military architecture and defensive strategy. The wall's eastern sections, built from dressed stone blocks, stood approximately 15 feet high and 10 feet wide, topped with battlements and walkways that allowed defenders to move quickly between threatened positions. The western sections, constructed from turf and timber due to the scarcity of suitable stone, incorporated earthwork defences and wooden palisades that provided equivalent protective capabilities while adapting to local geographical conditions. The vallum, a massive earthwork consisting of a central ditch flanked by 2 parallel mounds, ran behind the wall for most of its length and created a controlled zone that regulated civilian access to the military frontier. This feature, unique among Roman frontier fortifications, reflected Hadrian's understanding that effective border control required management of population movements and economic activities, as well as purely military defences. The system of gates and checkpoints incorporated into the vallum allowed Roman authorities to monitor and tax cross-border trade, while preventing unauthorised movement of people and goods. Hadrian's architectural projects throughout the empire demonstrated his commitment to cultural development and urban improvement, while showcasing the cosmopolitan character of imperial civilization. The reconstruction of Athens, including the completion of the Temple of Olympian Zeus and the construction of a new quarter called Hadrianopolis, reflected the emperor's Philhellenic interests, while providing economic benefits to one of the empire's most prestigious cities. The massive temple, which had remained unfinished for over 6 centuries since its original conception, became one of the largest religious structures in the ancient world and symbolized the emperor's respect for Greek cultural achievements. The foundation of Antinopolis in Egypt commemorated Hadrian's beloved companion Antinous, while demonstrating imperial commitment to urban development in the provinces. The new city, built on the site where Antinous had drowned in the Nile, incorporated the most advanced urban planning principles and architectural features available to Roman engineers. The city's grid street pattern, elaborate public buildings, and sophisticated water supply systems created a model provincial city that influenced urban development throughout the Eastern Empire. The cultural and intellectual achievements that characterized Hadrian's reign extended far beyond architectural projects to encompass legal reforms, educational initiatives, and artistic patronage that influenced imperial civilization for centuries. The emperor's codification of the Praetor's Edict created a standardized legal framework that provided consistent judicial procedures throughout the empire, while preserving local legal traditions that did not conflict with Roman principles. This legal systematization reduced arbitrary judicial decisions, while providing provincial populations with clearer understanding of their rights and obligations under imperial law. Hadrian's establishment of the Athenaeum in Rome created an institutional centre for higher education and intellectual discourse that attracted scholars and teachers from throughout the Mediterranean world. The complex included lecture halls, libraries, and research facilities that supported advanced study in philosophy, rhetoric, mathematics, and natural sciences. The emperor's personal participation in scholarly debates and his patronage of leading intellectuals demonstrated imperial commitment to cultural development, while establishing Rome as a rival to Athens and Alexandria as a centre of learning. The succession arrangements that brought Antoninus Pius to power in 138 AD demonstrated the continued effectiveness of the adoptive principle while ensuring continuity in imperial policies and administrative practices. Hadrian's careful selection of his successor reflected his recognition that effective governance required not only personal competence, but also commitment to the collaborative approach that had characterized the previous 4 decades of imperial rule. Antoninus's proven administrative abilities, demonstrated during his service as a provincial governor and legal advocate, provided assurance that he could maintain the high standards of governmental efficiency that had been established by his predecessors. Antoninus Pius's reign represented the culmination of the Pax Romana, as the empire enjoyed unprecedented peace, prosperity, and cultural achievement during the 23 years of his rule. The emperor's decision to govern primarily from Rome rather than conducting extensive provincial tours reflected both his personal preferences and his confidence that the administrative systems developed by his predecessors could function effectively without constant imperial oversight. This approach allowed him to focus on legal and administrative reforms while maintaining the defensive strategies that had proven successful in protecting imperial frontiers. The economic prosperity that characterized Antoninus's reign resulted from the combination of political stability, efficient administration, and the accumulated wealth generated by previous territorial conquests. Trade networks extending from Britain to India carried luxury goods, raw materials, and manufactured products that generated substantial tax revenues while providing employment for millions of imperial subjects. The standardization of weights, measures, and currency throughout the empire facilitated commercial transactions while reducing the transaction costs that had previously limited long-distance trade. The legal reforms implemented during Antoninus's reign continued the process of imperial legal codification, while extending Roman legal principles to provincial populations that had previously been governed by local customs and traditions. The emperor's personal involvement in judicial proceedings and his careful attention to legal precedents created a body of case law that provided guidance for provincial governors and local magistrates dealing with complex legal disputes. These reforms enhanced the empire's reputation for fair and consistent legal treatment, while reducing the arbitrary decisions that had previously characterized provincial administration. Marcus Aurelius's accession to power in 161 AD brought to the throne a philosopher-emperor whose stoic principles and intellectual achievements would provide inspiration for later generations, while his military campaigns would test Roman defensive capabilities against renewed barbarian pressure along the northern frontiers. The new emperor's extensive philosophical education and his personal commitment to stoic ethical principles created expectations that his reign would represent the pinnacle of enlightened imperial governance. However, the external challenges that dominated his reign would require him to balance philosophical ideals with the practical necessities of military command and imperial administration. The Antonine Plague that struck the empire during the early years of Marcus Aurelius's reign created demographic and economic disruptions that tested imperial administrative capabilities while revealing the interconnected nature of the Mediterranean world's commercial and military networks. The disease, probably smallpox, spread rapidly along trade routes and military supply lines, killing millions of people throughout the empire and creating labour shortages that disrupted agricultural production and urban economic activities. The emperor's response to this crisis demonstrated both his personal commitment to his subjects' welfare and the limitations of ancient medical knowledge and public health measures. The Marcomannic Wars that dominated the latter half of Marcus Aurelius's reign represented the most serious barbarian threat to Roman security since the Germanic invasions of the late Republic, as multiple tribal confederations coordinated attacks against the Danube frontier, while Roman forces were weakened by plague casualties and deployment commitments in other regions. The Germanic peoples who participated in these conflicts had learned Roman military techniques through previous contacts while maintaining their traditional advantages in mobility and knowledge of local terrain. Their ability to coordinate operations across vast geographical areas suggested sophisticated political organization and strategic planning that exceeded previous barbarian military capabilities. The death of Marcus Aurelius in 180 AD marked the end of the Antonine dynasty and initiated the most catastrophic century in Roman imperial history. His son Commodus inherited an empire that appeared stable and prosperous on the surface, but faced mounting pressures that would soon expose fundamental weaknesses in the imperial system. The northern frontiers remained under constant pressure from Germanic confederations that had grown increasingly sophisticated in their military organization, while the eastern provinces faced renewed threats from a resurgent Persian Empire under the Sassanid dynasty. More ominously, the Antonine Plague had decimated the empire's population and military strength, creating demographic shortfalls that would take generations to recover, while straining the fiscal resources needed to maintain effective defences. Commodus's 12-year reign revealed the dangers inherent in hereditary succession when an incompetent ruler inherited absolute power over a vast empire facing multiple crises. Unlike his philosophically minded father, Commodus displayed little interest in the mundane tasks of imperial administration, preferring to spend his time participating in gladiatorial contests and elaborate theatrical performances that scandalized traditional Roman sensibilities. His obsession with personal combat in the arena, where he fought against carefully selected opponents under controlled conditions, violated every principle of imperial dignity while demonstrating his complete disconnection from the responsibilities of leadership. Contemporary sources record that he participated in over 700 gladiatorial contests, often appearing as Hercules complete with lion skin and club, performances that horrified senators who viewed such behaviour as fundamentally incompatible with imperial authority. The emperor's neglect of governmental duties created opportunities for ambitious courtiers and military commanders to pursue their own interests, while the imperial administration gradually lost control over provincial affairs. Cleander, a freedman who served as Praetorian prefect, effectively governed the empire for several years while accumulating enormous personal wealth through the systematic sale of offices, military commands, and legal decisions. This corruption reached unprecedented levels as senatorial positions, provincial governorships, and even consulships were auctioned to the highest bidders regardless of their qualifications or loyalty to the state. The degradation of imperial institutions under such venal leadership created precedents for the military interventions that would characterize the following century. The conspiracy that eliminated Commodus on New Year's Eve 192 AD involved his closest associates, including his mistress Marcia and the Praetorian prefect Letus, who had concluded that the emperor's erratic behaviour threatened their own survival as well as the empire's stability. The assassination, carried out by the wrestler Narcissus in the emperor's private bath, demonstrated the vulnerability of even the most security-conscious rulers when their own household staff turned against them. However, the conspirators had made no preparations for managing the succession crisis that would inevitably follow Commodus's death, creating a power vacuum that ambitious military commanders throughout the empire would attempt to fill through force of arms. Publius Helvius Pertinax, the elderly senator chosen by the conspirators as Commodus's successor, represented traditional Roman virtues of military competence and administrative integrity, but lacked the political skills and military support necessary to implement the reforms that the empire desperately needed. His attempts to restore fiscal discipline by reducing the extravagant expenditures and corrupt practices that had characterized the previous reign immediately alienated the Praetorian Guard, whose members had grown accustomed to the generous bonuses and privileges that Commodus had provided in exchange for their loyalty. Pertinax's refusal to distribute the customary donatives that accompanied imperial accessions reflected both his commitment to financial responsibility and his dangerous misunderstanding of the political realities that governed imperial survival. The murder of Pertinax by Praetorian soldiers after only 87 days of rule initiated the most degrading episode in imperial history, as the guards auctioned the imperial throne to the highest bidder in a public ceremony that reduced the principate to a commodity that could be purchased like any other luxury item. Marcus Didius Julianus, a wealthy senator who had served competently in various provincial commands, won this grotesque auction by promising each Praetorian soldier 25,000 sestertii, a sum that exceeded the annual salary of most citizens. The spectacle of Roman soldiers haggling over the price of imperial authority, while crowds of horrified citizens watched from the forum, demonstrated how completely the traditional restraints on political behaviour had collapsed. The provincial army's reaction to events in Rome revealed that the empire's military forces retained sufficient loyalty to Roman institutions to resist the Praetorians' commodification of imperial authority, but their competing claims to legitimacy would plunge the empire into civil warfare that lasted for 5 years. Lucius Septimius Severus, commanding the Pannonian legions, possessed the strongest military position due to his proximity to Italy and his control over the empire's most experienced frontier forces. These Danubian legions had spent decades fighting Germanic and Sarmatian raiders, giving them combat experience and unit cohesion that made them formidable opponents for any rival claimants to imperial power. Severus's rapid march on Rome in 193 AD demonstrated the continuing effectiveness of Roman military organisation and logistics when properly directed, as his forces covered the distance from the Danube to the capital in remarkable time, while maintaining their combat readiness and internal discipline. The emperor's decision to disband the existing Praetorian Guard and replace them with soldiers selected from his own legions marked a fundamental transformation in imperial security arrangements, while demonstrating his determination to prevent future military coups by the guards. The new Praetorians, drawn from frontier armies rather than Italian recruits, brought provincial perspectives and military experience to the heart of imperial government, while reducing the Guard's traditional independence from imperial authority. The elimination of Didius Julianus and the Praetorian conspirators provided Severus with control over Rome and Italy, but Pescennius Niger's declaration as emperor in the eastern provinces and Clodius Albinus's similar claim in Britain created ongoing threats that required military resolution through conventional warfare. Niger commanded substantial forces in Syria and had secured support from several client kingdoms in the region, while his control over the wealthy eastern provinces provided him with financial resources that could sustain prolonged military operations. His forces included experienced legions that had served in previous Parthian campaigns, supplemented by auxiliary units recruited from local populations that possessed specialized military skills. The Eastern Campaign that Severus launched in 194 AD showcased the tactical innovations that had developed during decades of frontier warfare, while revealing the continuing importance of superior logistics and strategic planning in determining the outcome of civil conflicts. The decisive Battle of Issus, fought on the same plain where Alexander the Great had defeated Darius 3 centuries earlier, demonstrated Severus's superior understanding of battlefield coordination and his ability to maintain unit cohesion during complex tactical maneuvers. Niger's forces, despite their individual competence and familiarity with local terrain, proved unable to match the disciplined formations and coordinated attacks that characterized Severus's Danubian legions. The systematic elimination of Niger's supporters throughout the eastern provinces revealed Severus's determination to prevent future rebellions while demonstrating the brutal methods that had become standard practice in Roman civil warfare. Entire cities that had supported the defeated claimant faced destruction or severe punishment, while prominent families lost their property and often their lives for backing the wrong candidate. The city of Byzantium endured a prolonged siege that resulted in massive destruction and the slaughter of much of its population, establishing precedents for collective punishment that would characterize imperial responses to political opposition throughout the 3rd century. Clodius Albinus's position in Britain and Gaul presented different challenges for Severus, as the western provinces possessed substantial military resources, while their geographical isolation provided defensive advantages that could complicate any invasion attempt. Albinus commanded 3 legions in Britain, supplemented by auxiliary forces recruited from local populations, while his control over Gallic territories provided access to additional manpower and the wealthy cities that could fund extended military operations. His forces included experienced soldiers who had participated in campaigns against Caledonian tribes, giving them combat experience against unconventional enemies who employed guerrilla tactics similar to those used in civil warfare. The Battle of Lugdunum in 197 AD marked the climactic confrontation between Severus and his last remaining rival, with both sides deploying their full military capabilities in a conventional engagement that would determine the empire's future leadership. The battle's outcome remained uncertain until the final phases, when Severus personally led a cavalry charge that broke Albinus's formations and secured victory for the Severan cause. The defeated claimant's suicide prevented his capture while eliminating the last organised opposition to Severus's rule, but the campaign's enormous cost in casualties and resources demonstrated the destructive impact that civil warfare had inflicted on the empire's military strength. The Severan dynasty that emerged from these civil wars represented a fundamental transformation in imperial governance, as the new ruling family abandoned the collaborative approach that had characterized the Antonine period in favor of an openly military autocracy that prioritized army loyalty over civilian institutions. Severus's famous deathbed advice to his sons, "Enrich the soldiers and despise everyone else," encapsulated the political philosophy that would govern imperial policy for the next century. This militarization of imperial government reflected practical recognition that political survival depended entirely on military support, but it also created dangerous precedents that encouraged army intervention in political affairs while alienating civilian populations whose cooperation remained essential for effective administration. The expansion of the army that Severus implemented during his reign increased the empire's military capabilities while creating enormous fiscal pressures that would contribute to the economic crises of the following decades. The emperor raised 3 new legions, the 1st, 2nd and 3rd Parthica, while increasing the size of existing units and expanding auxiliary forces throughout the provinces. These military increases provided enhanced security for frontier regions and greater capacity for offensive operations, but they also required substantial increases in government expenditure that strained imperial finances and necessitated higher taxation rates that burdened provincial populations. The Praetorian Guard's transformation under Severus reflected broader changes in imperial military organisation, while demonstrating the emperor's determination to create reliable security forces that could prevent future coups. The new guards, recruited from frontier legions rather than Italian volunteers, brought provincial perspectives and combat experience to their duties, while maintaining stronger personal loyalty to the imperial family. Their increased size expanded from 9 to 10 cohorts, and enhanced privileges created a powerful force that could protect the emperor against internal threats while serving as an elite reserve for major military operations. Severus's eastern campaigns against the Parthian Empire demonstrated both the continuing appeal of military glory for ambitious emperors and the practical limitations that constrained Roman territorial expansion in the early 3rd century. The emperor's successful capture of the Parthian capital at Ctesiphon provided enormous prestige while generating substantial plunder that helped fund his military reforms and building programs. However, the establishment of the new provinces of Osroene and Mesopotamia required substantial garrison forces that stretched Roman military resources, while creating additional administrative burdens for an imperial system already strained by the costs of civil warfare. The siege warfare techniques that Roman forces employed during the Parthian campaigns showcased the engineering capabilities that had been developed over centuries of military experience, while revealing the continuing effectiveness of traditional Roman tactical approaches against sophisticated enemies. The systematic reduction of fortified cities throughout Mesopotamia required elaborate siege works, including circumvallation lines, artillery positions, and mining operations that demonstrated the technical expertise of Roman military engineers. These operations succeeded through superior organization and logistical support rather than technological innovation, proving that Roman military advantages lay in systematic application of proven techniques rather than revolutionary tactical developments. Caracalla's succession to sole imperial power following his brother Geta's murder in 211 AD marked the beginning of increasingly erratic imperial behaviour that would characterize much of the 3rd century. The new emperor's decision to eliminate his co-ruler during a family meeting in their mother's presence demonstrated both his ruthless ambition and his complete disregard for traditional constraints on imperial conduct. The subsequent proscription of Geta's supporters, which resulted in thousands of executions throughout the empire, revealed the systematic brutality that had become standard practice in imperial politics, while creating widespread fear among civilian populations who recognized their vulnerability to arbitrary imperial violence. The Constitutio Antoniniana of 212 AD, which granted Roman citizenship to all free inhabitants of the empire, represented the culmination of a centuries-long process of legal and cultural integration while creating new fiscal opportunities for the imperial government. This universal citizenship extension eliminated the complex legal distinctions that had previously characterized provincial administration, creating a more unified imperial legal system while extending Roman law throughout the Mediterranean world. However, the reform's primary motivation appears to have been fiscal rather than idealistic, as the new citizens became liable for inheritance taxes and other levies that had previously applied only to Roman citizens. The economic implications of universal citizenship created both opportunities and challenges for imperial administration, as the expanded tax base provided additional revenue, while the administrative costs of managing a more complex legal system strained governmental resources. Provincial communities that had previously enjoyed favourable tax arrangements under their traditional legal status now faced the full burden of Roman taxation, creating resentment that would contribute to the political instability of subsequent decades. The reform also eliminated many of the incentives that had previously motivated provincial elites to seek Roman citizenship through military service or civic contributions, reducing their investment in imperial success. Caracalla's eastern campaigns revealed the continuing appeal of military glory for Roman emperors, while demonstrating the strategic limitations that constrained imperial expansion in the early 3rd century. The emperor's assassination of the Parthian king Artabanus during peace negotiations shocked even contemporary observers accustomed to imperial brutality, while his subsequent military operations failed to achieve lasting territorial gains despite enormous expenditures of men and resources. The campaign's conclusion with Caracalla's own assassination by Praetorian officers highlighted the dangers that emperors faced from their own security forces when their policies threatened military interests or professional competence. Macrinus's brief reign demonstrated the empire's growing dependence on military commanders who lacked traditional qualifications for imperial authority, while revealing the institutional weaknesses that made effective governance increasingly difficult. The Praetorian prefect's elevation to imperial power marked the first time that someone from the equestrian rather than senatorial order had claimed the throne, reflecting the militarization of imperial politics and the declining influence of traditional aristocratic families. His inability to manage the complex challenges facing the empire, including ongoing warfare in the east and mounting fiscal pressures, led to his overthrow by supporters of the Severan dynasty after barely a year of rule. The restoration of Severan rule under Elagabalus brought to power a teenage emperor whose religious innovations and personal behaviour scandalised traditional Roman opinion, while demonstrating the continuing importance of dynastic legitimacy in imperial politics. The young emperor's devotion to the Syrian sun god, whose name he bore, led to unprecedented religious reforms that attempted to transform Roman state religion while violating fundamental assumptions about the proper relationship between imperial authority and traditional religious practices. His installation of the sacred stone of Emesa in a new temple on the Palatine Hill symbolised the Eastern influences that were transforming imperial culture while alienating conservative elements within Roman society. The religious and cultural conflicts that characterised Elagabalus's reign reflected broader tensions between traditional Roman values and the cosmopolitan influences that imperial expansion had introduced into Mediterranean civilization. The emperor's marriage to a Vestal virgin violated one of Rome's most sacred religious taboos, while his alleged marriages to men challenged fundamental assumptions about imperial dignity and proper conduct. These provocations created widespread opposition among both civilian and military leaders, who viewed such behaviour as incompatible with effective imperial leadership and threatening to the empire's moral foundations. Alexander Severus's accession following his cousin's assassination represented an attempt to restore traditional imperial behaviour while addressing the mounting crises that threatened the empire's stability. The young emperor's reliance on his mother Julia Mamaea and a council of advisors reflected both his inexperience and the complexity of the challenges facing imperial administration in the early 3rd century. His attempts to restore senatorial dignity and traditional Roman values won support among conservative elements, while his military campaigns against Germanic tribes and the revived Persian Empire under Ardashir I demonstrated continuing imperial capabilities despite internal political turmoil. The Sassanid Revolution in Persia created a more formidable eastern enemy than Rome had faced since the height of Parthian power, as the new dynasty combined traditional Persian military capabilities with religious enthusiasm and territorial ambitions that directly threatened Roman interests in Mesopotamia and Syria. Ardashir's conquest of the Parthian Empire and his subsequent campaigns against Roman frontier positions demonstrated superior strategic planning and military organisation that exceeded previous Persian capabilities. The new Persian army incorporated heavy cavalry formations, sophisticated siege equipment, and coordinated tactical systems that could meet Roman legions on equal terms while possessing advantages in mobility and local knowledge. The Germanic confederations that pressed against the northern frontiers during this period had evolved far beyond the tribal organisations that earlier Roman commanders had faced, developing sophisticated political structures and military capabilities that enabled coordinated operations across vast geographical areas. The Alemanni, Franks, and other tribal groups had learned Roman military techniques through centuries of contact while maintaining their traditional advantages in mobility and guerrilla warfare. Their ability to coordinate simultaneous attacks against multiple frontier sectors while avoiding decisive battles that would favour Roman tactical superiority created new challenges for imperial defensive strategy. The fiscal crisis that developed during Alexander Severus's reign reflected the accumulated costs of military expansion, civil warfare, and administrative expansion, while revealing the empire's growing inability to generate sufficient revenue to meet its expanding obligations. The debasement of silver coinage that began during this period represented a desperate attempt to increase government spending power while creating inflationary pressures that would plague the empire for the remainder of the century. The reduction of silver content in denarii from over 80% under Marcus Aurelius to less than 50% under Alexander Severus marked the beginning of a monetary crisis that would undermine economic stability throughout the Roman world. The assassination of Alexander Severus by his own troops in 235 AD initiated the period that historians term the crisis of the 3rd century, as the empire entered 5 decades of political chaos, economic collapse, and territorial fragmentation that nearly destroyed the imperial system. The soldiers' decision to eliminate their emperor and elevate Maximinus Thrax, a Thracian officer of barbarian origin, demonstrated how completely traditional restraints on military behaviour had disappeared, while revealing the army's growing alienation from civilian authority. This event marked the beginning of a period when military commanders would compete for imperial power through constant civil warfare, while external enemies exploited Roman weakness to seize territory and resources. Maximinus Thrax's reign established patterns of behaviour that would characterise the soldier emperors who dominated imperial politics for the next half-century, as military commanders focused primarily on maintaining army loyalty, while neglecting the civilian administration and economic policies necessary for long-term imperial stability. The new emperor's decision to remain with his armies on the northern frontier rather than visiting Rome demonstrated his recognition that political survival depended entirely on military support, but it also created a dangerous precedent for imperial absence from the capital that would contribute to the fragmentation of imperial authority. The revolts that erupted throughout the empire during Maximinus's reign revealed the depth of popular discontent with military rule, while demonstrating the empire's vulnerability to coordinated resistance by provincial populations. The rebellion in Africa that elevated Gordian the Runner and his son to imperial power attracted support from civilian populations who had suffered under the exactions and brutality of military government, while similar uprisings in other provinces reflected widespread desire for restoration of traditional imperial administration. However, these civilian rebellions lacked the military capabilities necessary to resist professional armies, creating tragic situations where popular movements faced destruction by forces that possessed overwhelming tactical advantages. The rapid succession of emperors that followed, Pupienus and Balbinus, the 3 Gordians, Philip the Arab, and Decius, demonstrated the complete breakdown of institutional mechanisms for peaceful succession, while revealing the empire's growing dependence on military commanders who possessed neither the experience nor the inclination to address complex administrative challenges. Each new emperor faced immediate threats from rival claimants while dealing with mounting external pressures from Germanic tribes, Persian armies, and various other enemies who recognized Roman weakness and sought to exploit opportunities for territorial gain or plunder acquisition. The Gothic invasions that began during this period represented a new type of barbarian threat, as these Germanic peoples had developed naval capabilities that allowed them to bypass Roman frontier defences while conducting devastating raids throughout the eastern Mediterranean. Their ability to construct fleets and coordinate amphibious operations demonstrated sophisticated organisational capabilities that exceeded previous barbarian military achievements, while their success in capturing major cities like Athens and Ephesus revealed the inadequacy of existing Roman defensive arrangements. The psychological impact of seeing barbarian forces operating freely in regions that had enjoyed centuries of peace and prosperity created panic among civilian populations while undermining confidence in imperial protective capabilities. The plague outbreaks that coincided with these military and political crises created additional demographic and economic pressures that further weakened the empire's capacity to respond effectively to external threats. The disease, possibly smallpox or measles, spread rapidly along trade routes and military supply lines, killing substantial portions of the population in affected regions while disrupting agricultural production and urban economic activities. The combination of plague mortality, military casualties, and civilian displacement created labour shortages that reduced tax revenues while increasing the costs of maintaining essential governmental services. The emergence of breakaway states during the 260s represented the logical culmination of imperial fragmentation, as provincial commanders concluded that they could provide more effective leadership for their regions than the rapidly changing emperors in Rome. The Gallic Empire established by Postumus controlled Britain, Gaul, and parts of Germany for over a decade, while the Palmyrene Empire under Zenobia extended its authority over Syria, Egypt, and much of Asia Minor. These separatist movements attracted support from provincial populations who had lost confidence in the central government's ability to provide security and effective administration, while demonstrating that the imperial system had become too large and complex for centralized control during periods of crisis. The accession of Diocletian in 284 AD marked the beginning of the most comprehensive reorganization of imperial government since Augustus established the Principate 3 centuries earlier. Born Gaius Aurelius Valerius Diocletianus in the Dalmatian town of Salona, the new emperor had risen through the military ranks during the chaotic decades of the 3rd century crisis, serving as commander of the imperial bodyguard under Numerian before the young emperor's mysterious death during the Persian campaign. When the army assembled near Nicomedia to investigate Numerian's demise, Diocletian dramatically drew his sword and killed a pair. The Praetorian prefect suspected of the murder before being acclaimed emperor by the assembled troops. This theatrical gesture demonstrated both his political acumen and his understanding that successful imperial rule required dramatic displays of decisive leadership that could capture military and popular imagination. Unlike the soldier emperors who had preceded him, Diocletian possessed both extensive administrative experience and a systematic approach to governance that enabled him to address the fundamental structural problems that had nearly destroyed the imperial system. His early career had included service in various provincial commands, where he had observed first-hand the breakdown of traditional administrative mechanisms and the growing disconnect between central authority and local needs. This practical experience, combined with his natural inclination towards systematic organisation, led him to conclude that the empire had grown too large and complex for effective management by a single ruler operating from a fixed capital. The administrative reforms that Diocletian implemented beginning in 285 AD represented a complete reconceptualization of imperial governance based on the principle that effective administration required both geographical decentralization and hierarchical specialization. the emperor divided the empire into 4 major territorial units, each governed by a ruler with specific responsibilities and clearly defined authority over designated regions. This system, which historians term the Tetrarchy or Rule of 4, assigned 2 senior emperors called Augusti the primary responsibility for major policy decisions and military operations, while 2 junior emperors designated Caesars handled routine administration and served as designated successors to their senior partners. Diocletian retained personal control over the eastern territories, establishing his capital at Nicomedia in Bithynia, where he could monitor both the Persian frontier and the vital grain supplies from Egypt. His choice of this location reflected strategic considerations that prioritized proximity to threatened frontiers over traditional ceremonial importance, as Nicomedia's position on the Bosphorus provided rapid communication with European provinces while maintaining access to the wealthy cities of Asia Minor. The new capital's construction incorporated the latest developments in urban planning and defensive architecture, creating a governmental centre that could function effectively during extended sieges, while providing suitable accommodations for the elaborate court ceremonies that Diocletian believed essential for maintaining imperial dignity. Maximian, Diocletian's trusted colleague and co-Augustus, received responsibility for the western provinces including Italy, Africa and Spain, establishing his headquarters at Mediolanum, where he could coordinate responses to Germanic incursions while maintaining oversight of the crucial Alpine passes. The selection of Maximian reflected Diocletian's recognition that effective imperial partnership required complementary skills and personalities, as his colleague possessed the aggressive military instincts and charismatic leadership qualities that appealed to frontier armies. Maximian's Illyrian origins and extensive combat experience against barbarian raiders provided him with credibility among the professional soldiers whose loyalty remained essential for imperial survival. The 2 Caesars appointed to complete the tetrarchal system brought additional military expertise and regional knowledge that enhanced the government's capacity to respond effectively to simultaneous crises in different parts of the empire. Constantius Chlorus, assigned to govern Gaul and Britain, had demonstrated exceptional administrative abilities during his service as Praetorian prefect, while maintaining the personal integrity and political moderation that made him acceptable to both military commanders and civilian populations. His successful recovery of Britain from the usurper Carausius showcased the tetrarchal system's effectiveness in coordinating complex military operations across multiple theatres while maintaining political unity among the 4 rulers. Galerius, who received the Danubian provinces and responsibility for Persian frontier defence, represented the new generation of professional military commanders who had learned their craft during the crisis decades, while developing innovative tactical approaches to barbarian warfare. His campaigns against the Sarmatians and Carpi demonstrated superior understanding of mobile warfare techniques and logistical coordination, while his later victories against Persian forces proved that Roman military capabilities could still prevail against sophisticated enemies when properly organised and adequately supported. The Caesar's Pannonian origins and humble social background provided him with credibility among frontier troops, while his proven competence in independent command made him a valuable partner for Diocletian's eastern operations. The geographical distribution of tetrarchal authority reflected careful analysis of the empire's strategic vulnerabilities and administrative requirements, as each ruler received territories that formed coherent defensive units while possessing sufficient resources to support major military operations. This system eliminated the dangerous power concentrations that had enabled provincial commanders to challenge central authority during the previous century, while ensuring that competent leadership remained available in each threatened region. The arrangement also provided mechanisms for coordinated responses to major crises through consultation between the 4 rulers, while maintaining clear chains of command that prevented the paralysis that had often resulted from competing imperial claims. The military reforms that accompanied Diocletian's administrative reorganisation addressed fundamental weaknesses in Roman defensive strategy, while creating more flexible force structures that could respond effectively to the diverse threats facing different frontier regions. The emperor increased the overall size of the army to approximately 650,000 men, nearly doubling the forces available during the height of the Antonine period, while reorganizing military units to emphasize mobility and specialized capabilities rather than the standardized legionary formations that had characterized earlier imperial armies. This expansion required enormous increases in government expenditure that strained imperial finances but provided the military capabilities necessary for defending the empire's extended frontiers against increasingly sophisticated enemies. The distinction between limitanae and comitatenses that emerged during this period reflected Diocletian's understanding that effective frontier defence required both static forces capable of maintaining fortified positions and mobile reserves that could respond rapidly to major incursions. The limitanae, stationed permanently along frontier zones, developed intimate knowledge of local terrain and enemy tactics while maintaining the fortifications and supply systems essential for sustained defensive operations. These troops often recruited locally and maintained farms or other economic activities that supplemented their military pay, creating stable communities with strong incentives to defend their territories against barbarian raids. The mobile field armies or comitatenses provided the striking power necessary for major offensive operations while serving as strategic reserves that could reinforce threatened sectors during large-scale barbarian invasions. These elite units received superior equipment and training while maintaining higher standards of discipline and tactical proficiency than the frontier garrisons, making them capable of meeting the best barbarian warriors on equal terms. Their deployment in strategic locations throughout the interior provinces allowed for rapid concentration of forces at threatened points, while providing security for the major cities and communication routes that formed the empire's administrative backbone. The price controls established through Diocletian's edict on maximum prices represented one of the most ambitious attempts at economic regulation in ancient history, as the emperor sought to combat inflation while ensuring adequate supplies of essential commodities for both military and civilian populations. The edict established maximum prices for over 1,000 different goods and services, ranging from basic foodstuffs and raw materials to luxury items and professional services, while prescribing severe penalties including death for merchants who violated the prescribed limits. This comprehensive price regulation reflected Diocletian's belief that systematic government intervention could overcome the market failures that had contributed to the economic instability of the previous decades. The practical implementation of price controls proved far more difficult than their theoretical conception, as local officials lacked the administrative resources and technical expertise necessary to monitor compliance across thousands of markets throughout the empire. Merchants responded to artificial price ceilings by reducing the quality of their goods, creating shortages of regulated items, or shifting their activities to unregulated sectors of the economy where they could earn higher profits. The edict's failure to account for regional variations in production costs and transportation expenses created additional distortions that often made compliance economically impossible for legitimate businesses. The monetary reforms that Diocletian implemented, alongside his price regulations, attempted to restore stability to the imperial currency system through the introduction of new gold and silver coins with standardized weights and purities. The gold solidus, weighing approximately 5.5 grams of pure gold, became the foundation of imperial monetary policy for the next 7 centuries, while providing a stable store of value that could facilitate long-distance trade and government transactions. The emperor's decision to base the new currency system on gold rather than the debased silver coinage that had characterized the 3rd century reflected his understanding that monetary stability required precious metal backing that could maintain public confidence in government-issued currency. The tax system reforms that supported Diocletian's expanded government represented a fundamental shift from the traditional Roman reliance on monetary taxation toward a more complex system based on payments in kind and labour services. The new assessment methods, based on units of agricultural productivity called iuga and capita, attempted to create more equitable tax burdens while ensuring that government revenues would remain stable despite monetary fluctuations. This system required elaborate censuses and cadastral surveys that documented land ownership, agricultural productivity, and population levels throughout the empire, creating administrative records that provided unprecedented insights into imperial economic conditions. The Great Persecution that began in 303 AD represented Diocletian's most controversial policy initiative and demonstrated the emperor's determination to restore traditional Roman religious practices while eliminating what he viewed as threats to imperial unity and divine favour. The persecution's origins lay in the emperor's conviction that the empire's recent troubles resulted from the gods' anger over the spread of foreign religious practices that violated traditional Roman piety and undermined the ceremonial obligations that bound rulers and subjects together in sacred relationships. The initial edicts focused on destroying Christian scriptures and churches while removing Christians from government positions, but the campaign gradually escalated to include imprisonment, torture, and execution of religious leaders who refused to participate in traditional sacrificial ceremonies. The systematic nature of the Great Persecution reflected the administrative capabilities that Diocletian had developed through his governmental reforms, as imperial officials throughout the empire received detailed instructions for identifying Christians, confiscating religious materials, and compelling participation in traditional religious ceremonies. Local governors conducted censuses to identify Christian populations while organising public sacrificial ceremonies that served as loyalty tests for suspected religious dissidents. The persecution's geographic scope and coordinated timing demonstrated the improved communication networks and administrative efficiency that characterised the tetrarchal system, even when applied to policies that would ultimately prove counterproductive. The resistance that Christian communities offered during the persecution revealed both the depth of religious conviction that had developed during 3 centuries of imperial expansion and the sophisticated organisational structures that had emerged within Christian churches throughout the empire. Christian leaders had developed networks of communication and mutual support that enabled coordinated responses to government pressure, while theological developments had prepared believers to view persecution as a test of faith that could lead to spiritual rewards. The willingness of many Christians to accept imprisonment, torture, and death, rather than participate in traditional religious ceremonies, demonstrated the strength of religious commitment that imperial authorities had underestimated. The economic and social disruptions caused by the persecution created additional problems for imperial administration, while failing to achieve the religious unity that Diocletian had sought to restore. The removal of Christians from government positions eliminated experienced administrators and skilled craftsmen whose services remained essential for effective governance, while the destruction of Christian property reduced tax revenues and disrupted local economic activities. The persecution also created martyrs whose suffering inspired additional conversions to Christianity, while generating sympathy for persecuted communities among non-Christian populations who viewed the government's actions as excessive and unjust. Diocletian's abdication in 305 AD, accompanied by Maximian's simultaneous retirement, represented an unprecedented attempt to ensure peaceful imperial succession through voluntary transfer of power to the designated Caesares. The elaborate ceremony conducted at Nicomedia emphasized the emperor's personal sacrifice in relinquishing power, while demonstrating his confidence that the tetrarchal system could function effectively without his direct leadership. This abdication reflected Diocletian's recognition that his health was declining and his belief that institutional continuity was more important than personal authority, principles that contrasted sharply with the behaviour of previous emperors who had clung to power until death or assassination removed them from office. The succession arrangements that elevated Constantius and Galerius to the rank of Augustus, while appointing Severus and Maximinus Dia as new Caesares, appeared to validate the tetrarchal system's effectiveness in managing imperial transitions without civil warfare. However, the exclusion of Constantine and Maxentius, sons of the retiring emperors, created resentments that would soon undermine the careful balance that Diocletian had established. The young men's exclusion from the succession reflected the tetrarchal principle that merit and proven ability should determine imperial advancement rather than hereditary claims, but it ignored the powerful emotional and political appeals that dynastic legitimacy continued to exercise over both military forces and civilian populations. Constantine's proclamation as Augustus by his father's troops in York following Constantius's death in 306 AD initiated the civil wars that would ultimately destroy the tetrarchal system, while bringing to power the emperor who would transform the empire's religious and political foundations. The young commander's elevation violated the established succession procedures, while demonstrating that military loyalty to imperial families remained stronger than institutional commitments to the tetrarchal system. His immediate recognition by the British legions and his subsequent acceptance by Galerius as Caesar rather than Augustus reflected the complex political calculations that governed imperial relationships during this transitional period. Maxentius's simultaneous revolt in Rome created additional complications for the tetrarchal system, while revealing the continuing importance of the ancient capital in imperial politics, despite the administrative decentralization that Diocletian had implemented. The son of Maximian attracted support from Roman senators and urban populations who resented their reduced influence under the new system, while appealing to traditional Italian pride in their region's historic leadership of the empire. His control of Rome and its symbolic importance provided him with legitimacy claims that rivaled those of the official tetrarchs, while his access to the wealth of Italy and Africa gave him resources for sustained military operations. The complex civil wars that followed involved multiple claimants to imperial authority and demonstrated both the military effectiveness of Diocletian's reformed armies and the political instability that resulted from competing legitimacy claims. Severus's failed expedition against Maxentius revealed the limitations of official authority when confronted by popular opposition, while Maximian's attempted return to power showed that retired emperors could not easily abandon political involvement. The death of Galerius in 311 AD eliminated the last emperor with direct connections to Diocletian's original system, creating opportunities for the surviving claimants to reshape imperial governance according to their own preferences and political needs. Constantine's victory over Maxentius at the Battle of the Milvian Bridge in 312 AD marked a decisive turning point in both the civil wars and the empire's religious development. The battle, fought just north of Rome where the Via Flaminia crossed the Tiber River, pitted Constantine's veteran Gallic and Germanic troops against Maxentius's larger but less experienced forces, drawn primarily from Italian garrisons and praetorian units. Constantine's tactical deployment demonstrated superior understanding of battlefield coordination as he positioned his forces to take advantage of the narrow bridge approaches that prevented Maxentius from utilizing his numerical superiority effectively. The famous vision that Constantine reported experiencing before the battle, involving a cross of light and the words, "In this sign conquer," became central to later Christian interpretations of his victory while reflecting the emperor's growing interest in religious symbolism as a source of military and political legitimacy. Whether interpreted as genuine divine revelation, political calculation, or post-facto mythologization, Constantine's adoption of Christian symbols for his army's standards marked a dramatic shift in imperial religious policy. The Chi-Rho monogram that appeared on his soldiers' shields and standards provided a visible demonstration of the emperor's religious orientation, while appealing to the substantial Christian populations in his territories. The destruction of Maxentius's forces and the usurper's death by drowning in the Tiber eliminated Constantine's most dangerous rival while providing him with control over Rome and the Western Mediterranean. His triumphal entry into the capital demonstrated both his respect for traditional Roman ceremonies and his determination to present himself as a legitimate emperor rather than merely another military usurper. The construction of the Arch of Constantine near the Colosseum commemorated his victory, while incorporating artistic and architectural elements that emphasize continuity with previous imperial achievements rather than revolutionary change. The Edict of Milan, issued jointly by Constantine and Licinius in 313 AD, established the legal framework for religious tolerance throughout the empire, while effectively ending the persecution policies that had characterized the previous decade. The edict proclaimed that all inhabitants of the empire should have freedom to follow whatever religious practices they preferred, while specifically restoring property that had been confiscated from Christian communities during the recent persecutions. This policy represented a fundamental shift from the traditional Roman approach that had viewed religious conformity as essential for maintaining divine favour and political unity. The practical implementation of religious toleration required extensive administrative adjustments, as imperial officials throughout the empire received instructions to cease persecution activities while facilitating the restoration of Christian properties and religious practices. Local governors faced complex challenges in adjudicating property disputes between Christian communities and current owners who had purchased confiscated assets in good faith, while determining appropriate compensation for properties that had been destroyed or significantly altered during the persecution period. The resolution of these issues required careful legal analysis and diplomatic negotiation that tested the administrative capabilities of the imperial bureaucracy. Constantine's personal involvement in Christian affairs extended far beyond the legal establishment of religious tolerance to include active participation in theological disputes and ecclesiastical organisation. His convocation of the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD represented the first attempt by an imperial government to resolve doctrinal controversies through systematic theological deliberation involving bishops from throughout the empire. The council's proceedings, conducted in the emperor's presence and with his active participation, established precedents for imperial involvement in religious affairs that would characterize Byzantine governance for the next millennium. The Arian controversy that prompted the Nicene Council reflected fundamental disagreements about the nature of Christ's relationship to God the Father, disputes that had created divisions within Christian communities throughout the eastern provinces. Arius, a presbyter from Alexandria, taught that Christ was subordinate to the Father and created by him, making the Son fundamentally different from and inferior to the first person of the Trinity. This teaching attracted substantial support among Christians who sought to preserve monotheistic principles while maintaining Christ's divine status. But it also generated fierce opposition from theologians who viewed such subordination as incompatible with Christian salvation doctrine. The theological debates at Nicaea involved complex philosophical arguments about the nature of divine substance, the meaning of biblical texts, and the proper interpretation of earlier Christian teachings. The bishops who attended the council brought diverse educational backgrounds and theological perspectives that reflected the varied cultural contexts in which Christianity had developed throughout the empire. Eastern bishops generally possessed more sophisticated philosophical training and familiarity with Greek theological terminology, while their Western colleagues emphasized practical pastoral concerns and legal precision in doctrinal formulations. The Nicene Creed that emerged from the Council's deliberations established Orthodox Christian doctrine through carefully crafted language that affirmed Christ's full divinity while maintaining monotheistic principles. The Creed's assertion that Christ was true God and true man, and of one substance with the Father, provided theological formulations that excluded Arian interpretations while creating a doctrinal standard that could be applied throughout the empire. Constantine's endorsement of the council's decisions and his subsequent enforcement of Nicene orthodoxy demonstrated imperial commitment to Christian unity, while establishing the precedent for imperial involvement in doctrinal disputes. The death of Constantine in 337 AD initiated a succession crisis that would ultimately lead to the permanent division of the Roman Empire and establish patterns of dynastic conflict that would characterize imperial politics for the remainder of the 4th century. Constantine's 3 surviving sons, Constantine II, Constantius II, and Constans, had been designated as Caesars during their father's lifetime and expected to share imperial authority according to geographical divisions that reflected the administrative practices developed under the Tetrarchy. However, the young emperors possessed neither their father's political acumen nor his ability to balance competing military and civilian interests, while their personal rivalries and conflicting religious policies created instabilities that would plague the empire for decades. The massacre of potential rivals that followed Constantine's death demonstrated the continuing importance of dynastic violence in imperial succession, as the 3 brothers systematically eliminated their uncles, cousins, and other family members who might challenge their authority. This purge, orchestrated primarily by Constantius II, eliminated experienced administrators and military commanders whose services would have proven valuable during the challenging decades ahead. The survival of only 2 young relatives, Gallus and Julian, sons of Constantine's half-brother Julius Constantius, reflected either oversight or calculation that these children posed no immediate threat to the new emperor's authority. The territorial division that assigned the western provinces to Constantine II, the central regions including Italy and the Balkans to Constans, and the eastern territories to Constantius II, created an unstable balance of power that encouraged competition rather than cooperation between the imperial brothers. Constantine II's attempt to expand his authority at Constance's expense led to civil war in 340 AD, resulting in the elder brother's death at Aquileia and the consolidation of Western imperial authority under Constans. This conflict demonstrated that the empire's administrative divisions, originally designed to improve governmental efficiency, could become sources of dangerous instability when ambitious rulers sought to expand their territorial control. Constan's rule over the Western Empire revealed both the continuing effectiveness of Roman administrative systems and the growing pressures that barbarian peoples exerted on imperial frontiers. His successful campaigns against the Franks and other Germanic tribes along the Rhine demonstrated that Roman military forces retained their tactical superiority when properly led and adequately supplied, while his construction of new fortifications and road networks showed his understanding of the infrastructure requirements for effective frontier defence. However, his unpopular religious policies, including support for Nicene Christianity and persecution of traditional religious practices, created domestic opposition that would eventually contribute to his downfall. The usurpation of Magnentius in 350 AD illustrated the empire's vulnerability to military coups when emperors lost the confidence of their professional soldiers. The Germanic officers' revolt attracted support from Western armies that had grown dissatisfied with Constance's leadership, while demonstrating the continuing importance of barbarian commanders in Roman military organisation. Magnentius possessed the tactical skills and charismatic leadership necessary to defeat imperial forces in conventional battle, but his lack of administrative experience and political legitimacy prevented him from establishing effective governance over the territories he controlled. Constantius II's response to the Western usurpation required the mobilization of Eastern military resources while maintaining adequate defences against Persian attacks along the Mesopotamian frontier. The emperor's decision to elevate his cousin Gallus to the rank of Caesar and assign him responsibility for Eastern defence demonstrated both the practical necessities of divided command and the dangerous precedent of relying on potentially disloyal family members for crucial military positions. Gallus's subsequent brutal administration of Syria and his growing independence from imperial control created additional problems that required Constantius to eliminate his own appointee through judicial murder. The Battle of Mursa in 351 AD marked the bloodiest engagement between Roman forces since the civil wars of the 3rd century, as Constantius's eastern armies met Magnentius's western forces in a conventional battle that decimated both sides' veteran strength. The engagement, fought on the plains near the Danube River, showcased the tactical evolution that had occurred in Roman military organisation since Constantine's reforms. Both armies employed similar equipment and formations, making victory dependent on superior leadership and unit cohesion, rather than technological advantages or tactical innovation. The battle's outcome, which favoured Constantius despite enormous casualties on both sides, demonstrated the Eastern Empire's superior resources and organisational capabilities while revealing the catastrophic costs of civil warfare for imperial military strength. Contemporary sources suggest that over 50,000 soldiers died during the engagement, losses that eliminated many of the Empire's most experienced officers and veteran soldiers, while weakening Roman defensive capabilities against external enemies. The victory's Pyrrhic nature became apparent during subsequent barbarian invasions, as depleted Roman forces struggled to maintain frontier security with reduced manpower and diminished tactical expertise. The elevation of Julian to the rank of Caesar in 355 AD represented Constantius's attempt to provide effective leadership for Gaul while maintaining imperial control over a potentially dangerous relative. The young scholar, who'd spent his early years studying philosophy and rhetoric in Athens, possessed neither military experience nor administrative training, making his appointment appear to be a calculated effort to place an incompetent figurehead in a challenging position. However, Julian's subsequent campaigns against the Alemanni and Franks revealed unexpected military talents, while his administrative reforms demonstrated sophisticated understanding of provincial governance and fiscal management. Julian's victory over the Alemanni at Strasbourg in 357 AD showcased both his personal courage and his ability to inspire troops who had initially viewed him with skepticism due to his academic background and lack of combat experience. The battle, fought against a Germanic confederation that had invaded Eastern Gaul, required complex tactical coordination between infantry, cavalry, and auxiliary forces operating in forested terrain that favoured barbarian mobility. Julian's decision to lead his troops personally in the decisive cavalry charge demonstrated his understanding that effective military leadership required visible courage and shared risk with common soldiers. The administrative reforms that Julian implemented in Gaul addressed fundamental problems in provincial governance, while revealing his commitment to traditional Roman values of efficiency and justice. His reduction of tax burdens, elimination of corrupt practices, and restoration of local autonomy won support from Gallic populations who had suffered under previous administrators, while demonstrating that effective governance could generate resources for military operations without oppressing civilian populations. The Caesar's personal involvement in judicial proceedings and his accessibility to ordinary citizens contrasted sharply with the remote autocracy that had characterized imperial administration since Diocletian's reforms. Julian's proclamation as Augustus by his troops in 360 AD created the final civil war of the Constantinian dynasty, while reflecting the continuing importance of military loyalty in determining imperial succession. The soldiers' decision to elevate their commander resulted from their opposition to Constantius's order, transferring veteran Gallic units to Eastern service, a command that would have separated troops from their families and familiar territories while reducing Gaul's defensive capabilities. Julian's initial reluctance to accept imperial acclamation, whether genuine or calculated, demonstrated his understanding that civil war would damage the empire while providing opportunities for barbarian enemies to exploit Roman divisions. The march eastward that Julian undertook in 361 AD to confront Constantius demonstrated the logistical capabilities that Roman armies retained, despite the political chaos of the 4th century. His forces advanced rapidly through the Danube provinces while maintaining discipline and supply lines, proving that effective leadership could still mobilize the empire's military resources for major operations. The death of Constantius from illness before the two armies could engage eliminated the immediate threat of civil war, while allowing Julian to assume undisputed control over the entire empire for the first time since Constantine's death. Julian's attempt to restore traditional Roman religion represented the most systematic effort to reverse the Christianization process that had characterized imperial policy since Constantine's conversion. The emperor's philosophical education and personal conviction that the empire's troubles resulted from abandoning traditional gods led him to implement comprehensive religious reforms that restored pagan temples, eliminated Christian privileges, and encouraged return to classical religious practices. His edict forbidding Christians to teach classical literature reflected his belief that traditional culture and religion were inseparably connected, while demonstrating his determination to undermine Christian intellectual influence. The practical implementation of Julian's religious restoration revealed both the depth of Christian penetration throughout imperial society and the continuing appeal of traditional religious practices among substantial portions of the population. Many cities enthusiastically restored pagan temples and ceremonies, while others resisted imperial pressure to abandon Christian practices that had become integral to local identity and social organization. The emperor's personal participation in sacrificial ceremonies and his generous funding of temple reconstruction demonstrated his commitment to religious restoration, while his philosophical writings provided intellectual justification for rejecting Christian theology. The Persian campaign that Julian launched in 363 AD represented his attempt to achieve the military glory that would validate his reign while addressing the continuing threat that Sassanid power posed to Roman interests in Mesopotamia. The expedition, involving over 65,000 troops and elaborate siege equipment, demonstrated the empire's continuing capacity for major offensive operations, while testing Julian's strategic abilities against sophisticated enemies. His advance down the Euphrates River towards Ctesiphon followed the route that previous Roman commanders had used successfully, but it also exposed his forces to the same logistical challenges and tactical disadvantages that had plagued earlier campaigns. The siege of Ctesiphon revealed both Roman engineering capabilities and the limitations of traditional siege warfare against well-defended positions supported by mobile relief forces. Julian's troops succeeded in breaching the city's outer defences while constructing elaborate siege works that demonstrated their technical expertise. But Persian cavalry forces repeatedly attacked Roman supply lines while avoiding direct confrontation with imperial infantry formations. The emperor's decision to abandon the siege and attempt a fighting withdrawal through hostile territory reflected his recognition that the campaign's objectives could not be achieved with available resources. Julian's death from wounds received during a skirmish with Persian cavalry eliminated the empire's last pagan emperor, while ending the most serious attempt to reverse the Christianization of imperial government. His final philosophical reflections, recorded by contemporary observers, demonstrated his continuing commitment to traditional Roman values while acknowledging the practical difficulties of implementing religious restoration in an increasingly Christian empire. The soldiers' selection of Jovian, a Christian officer, as Julian's successor reflected their recognition that religious policies had become less important than military competence and political stability. The treaty that Jovian negotiated with Shapur II represented one of the most humiliating diplomatic agreements in Roman history, as the new emperor agreed to surrender territories that Rome had controlled for over 2 centuries in exchange for safe passage for his army. The cession of Nisibis and other Mesopotamian strongholds eliminated strategic positions that had anchored Roman defence of the eastern frontier, while providing Persia with bases for future operations against Syria and Asia Minor. This territorial loss demonstrated the empire's reduced bargaining power, while establishing precedents for diplomatic concessions that would characterize later negotiations with barbarian peoples. The death of Jovian after only 8 months of rule created another succession crisis that was resolved through the elevation of Valentinian I, a Pannonian officer whose military competence and administrative experience made him acceptable to both Eastern and Western armies. His decision to appoint his brother Valens as Eastern Emperor while retaining personal control over the Western provinces established the formal division of imperial authority that would characterize Roman governance for the remainder of the empire's existence. This arrangement reflected practical recognition that the empire had become too large and complex for effective management by a single ruler, while creating institutional mechanisms for coordinated responses to major crises. Valentinian's administrative and military reforms addressed fundamental weaknesses in imperial defence, while demonstrating his understanding of the changing nature of barbarian threats along the northern frontiers. His construction of new fortifications along the Rhine, including the massive fortress at Deutz opposite Cologne, created defensive positions that could withstand prolonged sieges while providing bases for offensive operations against Germanic raiders. The emperor's recruitment of barbarian auxiliaries and his incorporation of Germanic military techniques into Roman tactical doctrine reflected his pragmatic approach to military organisation while acknowledging the effectiveness of enemy innovations. The Alemannic Wars that dominated Valentinian's reign demonstrated both the continuing effectiveness of Roman military organisation and the growing sophistication of Germanic confederations that challenged imperial authority. The emperor's personal leadership of campaigns across the Rhine showcased his tactical abilities, while his systematic destruction of barbarian settlements and agricultural resources eliminated the economic foundations that supported raiding activities. However, these operations required enormous expenditures of men and resources, while achieving only temporary security improvements that failed to address the underlying demographic and political pressures driving barbarian expansion. Valens' Eastern administration faced different but equally challenging problems, as Gothic peoples displaced by Hunnic expansion sought permission to cross the Danube and settle within imperial territory. The emperor's decision to accept these refugees reflected both humanitarian concerns and practical calculations about the potential military and economic benefits of barbarian settlement. However, the corruption and incompetence of Roman officials responsible for managing the Gothic immigration created conditions that would lead to the most serious military disaster since the Battle of Carrhae 3 centuries earlier. The Gothic War that erupted in 377 AD resulted from the systematic mistreatment of barbarian refugees by Roman administrators who viewed the newcomers as opportunities for personal enrichment rather than imperial assets requiring careful management. The Goths' desperation, created by inadequate food supplies and abusive treatment, led them to revolt against Roman authority, while their military capabilities, enhanced by service as Roman allies, made them formidable opponents for imperial forces. Their leaders possessed intimate knowledge of Roman tactics and organisation, while maintaining traditional advantages in mobility and knowledge of local terrain. The Battle of Adrianople in 378 AD marked the most catastrophic Roman defeat since Cannae, as Valens' army was virtually annihilated by Gothic forces that employed superior tactical coordination and battlefield mobility. The emperor's decision to engage the Goths without waiting for Western reinforcements reflected both overconfidence in Roman military superiority and pressure to achieve rapid victory before his nephew Gratian could claim credit for resolving the crisis. The battle's outcome demonstrated that barbarian peoples had developed military capabilities that could match or exceed Roman tactical advantages when properly organised and effectively led. The death of Valens during the battle eliminated experienced leadership while leaving the Eastern Empire without adequate military forces to defend its territories against continued Gothic expansion. The destruction of veteran legions and the loss of experienced officers created a military crisis that required fundamental changes in imperial defensive strategy while demonstrating the catastrophic consequences of tactical overconfidence. The Gothic victory encouraged other barbarian peoples to challenge Roman authority while revealing the empire's vulnerability to coordinated attacks by enemies who possessed equivalent military capabilities. Theodosius' elevation to Eastern imperial authority in 379 AD brought to power an emperor whose Spanish origins and extensive military experience provided him with fresh perspectives on the barbarian problem, while his political skills enabled him to rebuild Eastern defences through diplomatic as well as military means. His negotiation of a treaty with Gothic leaders that granted them federate status within the empire represented a revolutionary departure from traditional Roman policies toward barbarian peoples. This agreement acknowledged Gothic autonomy while incorporating their military capabilities into imperial defensive arrangements, creating precedents for the barbarian kingdoms that would eventually replace Roman administration in western provinces. The federate system that Theodosius developed provided solutions to immediate military problems while creating long-term challenges for imperial authority and cultural unity. Gothic federates received land grants and annual subsidies in exchange for military service, arrangements that provided the empire with experienced soldiers while reducing the costs of maintaining professional armies. However, these agreements also created autonomous barbarian communities within imperial territory, while establishing precedents for territorial concessions that would accelerate the empire's fragmentation during the 5th century. The civil wars that followed Theodosius' victory over the western usurpers Magnus Maximus and Eugenius demonstrated both his military capabilities and his commitment to Christian orthodoxy as a unifying principle for imperial governance. His defeat of these challenges required the mobilization of barbarian allies whose military effectiveness proved crucial for imperial success, while his subsequent religious policies eliminated the last vestiges of official paganism from Roman government. The emperor's closure of pagan temples and prohibition of traditional religious practices completed the Christianization process that Constantine had initiated, while creating new sources of cultural tension within the empire. The permanent division of the empire between Theodosius' sons Arcadius and Honorius in 395 AD established the institutional framework that would govern Roman territories for the remainder of their existence. This division reflected practical recognition that the empire's size and complexity exceeded the administrative capabilities of any single ruler, while creating mechanisms for specialized responses to regional challenges. However, the separation also eliminated the coordinated strategic planning that had characterized earlier imperial responses to major crises, while encouraging competition between Eastern and Western governments for limited resources and military assets. The Gothic wars that erupted under Alaric's leadership represented the logical culmination of the federate system's contradictions, as barbarian leaders who had served Rome faithfully demanded rewards and recognition that the imperial government was unwilling or unable to provide. Alaric's military experience, gained through service in Theodosius' army, provided him with intimate knowledge of Roman tactics and organisation, while his political skills enabled him to unite diverse Gothic groups under his leadership. His demands for official recognition as Roman general and territorial grants for his followers reflected barbarian adaptation to imperial political culture, while challenging traditional assumptions about the relationship between Romans and barbarians. The sack of Rome by Alaric's forces in 410 AD shocked the Mediterranean world, while demonstrating the Western Empire's inability to defend its most symbolically important city against barbarian attack. The Gothic occupation of Rome, though brief and relatively restrained compared to later conquests, marked a psychological watershed that undermined confidence in imperial protective capabilities while encouraging other barbarian peoples to challenge Roman authority. The event's impact extended far beyond its immediate military significance to encompass fundamental questions about the empire's survival and the validity of its claims to universal authority. The rise of powerful Germanic generals like Stilicho and later Ricimer represented the militarization of imperial politics and the growing dependence on barbarian commanders for essential governmental functions. Stilicho's Vandal origins and his marriage into the imperial family demonstrated the extent to which barbarian integration had proceeded within the highest levels of Roman society, while his effective leadership of Western armies showed that ethnic background had become less important than military competence for achieving political advancement. However, his assassination in 408 AD revealed the continuing tensions between Roman and barbarian elements within the empire, while eliminating experienced leadership during a critical period. Ricimer's domination of Western imperial politics during the mid-5th century illustrated the complete subordination of civilian authority to military commanders who possessed neither the cultural background nor the political inclination to maintain traditional Roman governmental practices. The Germanic generals' ability to make and unmake emperors at will demonstrated that imperial authority had become largely ceremonial, while real power rested with barbarian commanders who controlled professional armies. His preference for ruling through puppet emperors, rather than claiming imperial authority, directly reflected both practical political considerations and his recognition that barbarian origins remained obstacles to complete legitimacy in Roman eyes. The Vandal conquest of North Africa under Genseric eliminated the Western Empire's wealthiest provinces, while demonstrating the effectiveness of barbarian naval operations against Roman defensive arrangements. The loss of African tax revenues and grain supplies created fiscal and logistical crises that undermined the Western government's capacity to maintain adequate military forces, while the establishment of an independent Vandal kingdom provided a model for other barbarian peoples seeking territorial autonomy. Genseric's successful raids against Roman coastal cities, including the sack of Rome in 455 AD, proved that barbarian peoples could master naval warfare techniques while exploiting Roman vulnerabilities in unexpected ways. The Hunnic Empire that Attila created during the mid-5th century represented the most serious external threat that Rome had faced since the Persian Wars of the 3rd century, as his confederation united diverse barbarian peoples under centralized leadership while possessing military capabilities that exceeded those of individual Germanic tribes. Attila's campaigns in Gaul and Italy required coordinated responses by both Eastern and Western imperial governments, while demonstrating the continuing importance of diplomatic skill in managing barbarian relations. His death in 453 AD eliminated the immediate threat, while creating opportunities for other barbarian leaders to expand their territorial control as Hunnic authority collapsed. The deposition of Romulus Augustulus by Odoacer in 476 AD marked the end of Western imperial authority, while establishing the precedent for barbarian kingdoms that would govern former Roman territories throughout the early medieval period. The Germanic general's decision to rule Italy as a nominal representative of the Eastern Emperor, rather than claiming imperial authority, directly reflected both practical political considerations and the continuing prestige associated with Roman legitimacy. However, his effective independence from Eastern control demonstrated that the imperial division had created irreversible fragmentation, while barbarian kingdoms had replaced Roman administration as the dominant political form in Western Europe. The transformation of the Roman Empire from a unified Mediterranean state into a collection of barbarian kingdoms and the surviving Eastern Empire represented one of history's most significant political transitions. The Western Empire's collapse resulted not from sudden military conquest but from gradual institutional decay, demographic decline, and the successful adaptation of barbarian peoples to Roman political and military culture. The Eastern Empire's survival, eventually evolving into the Byzantine Empire, demonstrated that Roman institutions retained vitality when properly adapted to changing circumstances while maintaining sufficient military and economic resources to defend their territories. The legacy of Roman imperial civilization extended far beyond the political boundaries of the empire itself, as Roman law, administrative practices, military techniques, and cultural achievements provided foundations for medieval European development, while influencing the emergence of new political forms throughout the former imperial territories. The barbarian kingdoms that replaced Roman authority in the West preserved substantial elements of Roman governmental structure, while adapting these institutions to local conditions and Germanic political traditions. This synthesis of Roman and barbarian elements created the foundations for medieval European civilization while ensuring that Roman achievements would continue to influence human development long after the empire's political dissolution. Thus ended the Roman Empire in the West, not with a single decisive defeat but through a gradual process of transformation that saw barbarian peoples become the inheritors and adapters of Roman civilization. The empire that had begun as a small city-state on the Tiber River had grown to encompass the entire Mediterranean world, creating institutions, laws, and cultural achievements that would outlast its political existence by centuries. The story of Rome's rise and fall remains one of history's most compelling narratives, demonstrating both the heights that human civilization could achieve and the inevitable challenges that face all political systems, regardless of their apparent strength and permanence.